last we left off, you left behind the city in the Sea of Golden Fields and took off. You've returned home to the city of Polythreme, a city that, at least here in the lower district, has undergone a drastic change. When you left, chaos spread through the streets, and seemingly unfeeling iron enforcers were imposing a harsh rule upon the citizens. The city is now again quiet, at least in comparison. Like before, the masses of people stream through the city streets and their shadows, going about their routines and daily business. The view of the banners still unnerves you. The city has always been a swirl of many different people, cultures, and religion, but never once has one so universally spread across the city, or so openly displayed.
So we're standing somewhere up here by the
You've just
rail
left
station.
the train complex.
Do we know where Badar's home is?
Yes, that was in the upper district.
Okay. Right. And the tavern.
It looks like over here somewhere.
I'm trying to remember the name of it. Nope.
Something. A Venerable Swordsman.
Yes,
Yeah, that's it.
the venerables. That was somewhere here.
Is it early morning or afternoon or?
It is at this point early afternoon.
Okay. Right, well, seems like some happenings have been going on since we've been gone.
Yep, that's a thing.
Not only good things, probably.
Well, I think we probably have some things of our own to deal with first, but
Right, just be on your guard.
yeah.
Don't need to add any problems to our tray. Do we have to? Let's see. Beggar, would it take like till evening to get to Badar's place? Travel to the
Likely.
city. I could maybe head up to Quartermain's. Maybe head to Badar's.
Yeah, I mean, Quartermain's isn't too far off of the central shaft. We could at least see if it's still there, hopefully. I mean,
Would be ideal.
I'd expect it to be, not that I don't, but
Does that work for everyone?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Alright, so let's go make our way to Quartermain's. We'll start cutting through towards the center so we can head to the... what is the upper district? That's not upper district.
Medium.
Medium district, thank you.
You begin to descend the stairs from the train yard central complex. And as you do, a woman dressed in a silvery grey robe moves directly into your path, lifting her head, revealing warm features and a smile framed by auburn hair. You must be new to the city. Here, take some of these. The machine heart will guide you through any darkness you may face in Polythreme. From a robe, she pulls 4 amulets. The icon of the machine heart strung on an expertly crafted thin chain of steel.
Oh, why, thank you.
Do you?
I'll take them.
Okay. She bows her head and moves past you. To your sides, you notice others like her. People dressed in the same metallic grey robes, approaching groups of individuals from the train.
I don't really want to put this on.
Just head on out.
Yeah.
As you pass by crowds of people, you do notice that many wear amulets of a similar nature, or other trinkets with the same iconography shining on the billowing banners. Trinkets like these have been common in the past, but were more widespread among the forge workers or miners, not the bulk of the populace as it would now seem. As
see-
expected, passing through the streets, you inevitably pass by one of its silvery new defenders. The large warforged slowly marches along the buildings, its footsteps echoing even as it passes from your side.
I don't want to put the necklace on, but I will prestidigitation a crest of similar design onto my collar or something.
Hmm?
Just to blend in, I guess.
Great.
Should probably identify these whenever we get a good opportunity.
When you have a chance, yes.
Yeah.
Stay out of the limelight for now. Trying to stay off of like main pathways where like any defenders are crossing or anything like that as much as possible, and trying to blend in with any moving crowds as we make our way.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see anybody that isn't wearing one of these amulets or trinkets?
Passing by the back alleyways, inevitably you pass by the slums. Here you do see a lot of people not wearing these amulets. But amongst the slums themselves, you also see the same iconography. Some even crafted out of literal garbage to the ground, next to a stand where newspapers are stacked high.
I will approach you. How much for the news?
Oh, evening, good sir.
Hey,
That'll be a silver, as usual.
alrighty.
Well, here you go. Fresh off the printing presses.
Thank you much. How did I know? You're the best. give it a brief skim myself and then hand it off to you.
Mm-hmm.
Can't concentrate because these eyes of the optician
Never really.
ad
Staring into
are
me.
looking at me. Hmm. So you're telling us we need glasses.
Huh? Who said that? I can't see you.
As we approach the center spire, glancing over, does it look like there's any difference in security between levels?
At the lower district central spire, you see definitely closer to the fortress an increase in the patrolling warforged. But you see none of the difference between the districts just yet.
Okay. Right, so let's press on and until we have a moment where we can think over some things.
Indeed.
Okay, so you continue towards the medial.
Yes.
You advance to the central shaft and enter one of the large elevators going further up. As usual, at the elevator, a guard checks for your markers.
I'll show the one that I have.
I mean, I have mine on my collar. Up to the other two whether or not they want to take one or...
This is not the amulets.
No, this is
This
the
is the
that lets
markers
us
you have.
yeah, so I show the one on the back of my neck.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
How about district? Are you sure you're in the right elevator?
Making my way through. I have to make a stop. I just came back into town.
Alright. Enter the chain lift. I'll send you up.
Head in.
The doors close, and with the rattling of chains, the chain lift ascends. On the medial district, the discomfort of the banners washes away. Here, everything seems just like it always has. The tall buildings here are decorated, but unadorned with iconography. Instead of the Warforged, the familiar guard of Polythreme wanders the street in their bright black and yellow livery. Quartermain's, too, looks untouched by time, same as it always has. Even the buildings surrounding it, many of which had been destroyed in the attack, have, for the most part, been reconstructed.
Shall we stop in and say hello, or just get to business in the upper district?
Well, we can get some answers before we walk into a situation we don't know what we're getting into. So,
Sure.
best to at least check in on things. Make sure everything's in order.
Zele looks over at Kara. I'm also interested in how what this other fallen angel might have to say. Maybe she has more to say this time.
Kara just gives a short nod.
You'll head over to Quartermain's.
As you approach Quartermain's, the door swings open before you even step in front of the building. Aelith stands in the doorway, his head turned back towards the inside. I'll try to find some fresh fruit, but there's been some delivery shortages. There's still plenty of porridge for you, though. Help yourself. He steps out of the doorway, and his eyes finally meet yours and go wide in surprise. Oh, you're back. Was about to head out to buy some fruit, but I'll be longer, I guess. I'll make you something good, like a welcoming back feast. Yeah. Reginald is inside as always, and the angel woman too. She's awake. She's been talking, but well, I don't really understand what she's saying. Definite improvement, though. Have you been well?
Yeah, I mean, fairly.
Been well, everything seems well here, though? No issues?
Zele looks over to Evelyn, but says nothing. I know, it was totally just a nice journey. Everything went fine.
Sounds like you've been holding things down here. Appreciate that.
Well, not much has happened here, to be honest.
Oh, that's good.
You mentioned overhearing that some delivery issues.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's been ongoing negotiations, I guess, with Antog, and they deliver much of the food. It's not like there's rationing happening yet, but it's definitely gotten a lot harder to get fresh fruit.
Keep that in mind.
Are you alright with funds and everything that you need for supplies?
Well, it's running a little bit low, but Reginald has some as well. Though, now that you mention it, I do wonder where he gets it.
Oh?
Where he gets his money?
Yeah, I don't think he works.
Ah, well, you know wizards.
I mean, he has been a part of... What are they called again? The Parliament guys here, or...
He was part of
the council.
yeah.
So yeah, he was part of the council for quite some time. So guess he just amassed a certain amount of wealth.
Perhaps. That must be it, yeah. Well, either way. Well, before they all close shop, I'll be off.
Alright, thank you.
I'll see you in a couple minutes, though.
Yeah.
Alright then. We may actually be headed up to the upper.
I might just do that tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, actually. I'll see you in a few.
He heads past you towards the markets, leaving the door to Quartermain's open.
We'll head in.
You hadn't realized how much Quartermain's actually feels like home until you stepped inside. The smell of the old wood and stone almost makes you nostalgic, though it's only barely been a month since you'd last been here.
Right. It's a breath of fresh air. Let's see if I can't find Reginald.
It's a good idea.
Go look in his study. See if he's in there.
Open the door to the main living space and find it empty.
Then they'll head
However,
up.
the fire is crackling and warm.
Cozy. I'll head upstairs.
I'll look into the rooms. Reginald? He's probably in the library.
Yeah, probably.
One knock and then I open the door. Hello?
The door to the library swings open. The library is comfortably warm. The fireplace crackles with heat. Two figures turn their head as the door swings open. The one closest, leaning in a comfortable cushioned seat, is Reginald. The other stands close to the fire. Her alabaster skin seems almost radiant in the light. She wears a simple gown, and as her face twists with recognition as Kara appears in the doorway, she hastily steps forward, almost knocking into the table in front of her. She takes a hastened bow, her face fixated on Kara, her expression a mix of hope and fear. Vithamin? Ein van wolf. Kara. You close your eyes to stem the tide of emotions and burden washing over you. You remember, though outwardly she has changed. Her words, spoken in Celestial, rip through the walls and blockades your mind has erected around your memories. Things that you'd lost in days of drinking and unfettered forgetfulness. Vithamin, Commander, literal, the title you held. Itheliana is her name. Her face looked different last you saw her. Younger, almost less harsh. You remember her among those that followed your charge. You remember her in the circle of those faithful, her face hidden among others, as you forged the deal against the oncoming darkness. The memories wash around you in a haze. You try to follow an image further, a sound, a smell. But as you reach deep into the recesses of your mind, you find yourself at the edge of a hole of blackened embers and stinging smoke. You feel the heat and the anger of something old. Vitamin, nai, lunen, luin, hefnem, heon. Ithiliana's words pull you from your trance. She continues speaking in Celestial. Commander, it gladdens my heart to see you. And at the same time, my soul reels in utter despair. To have heard of your fall and realize what pain you must have endured. Forgive me, Commander, forgive us. If we could have protected the garden, you wouldn't have had to. We wouldn't have had to. I remember the fire spread across the skies. I remember it burning away the dark, and then it took shape in the middle of the garden, in place of the heart. It would need fuel, the power to burn away the dark. And some of us began plucking souls from the garden. Once they judged what we were supposed to be doing, passing judgment. Me and 5 others, we tried to stop them, to stand against them. So we fell. Sorry, we couldn't do better. Her hands shaking ball into fists at her side, and her eyes fall towards the ground.
What happened. Do you know how you got here?
This may not be the best time to say this, but welcome back. As you can see, our guest has woken up and she tells an interesting story. Done some research. She said, after all, that 5 others fell. The fall of Deva is not entirely unheard of in the past. But so many at once, definitely extraordinary. Question posed is, where would they land, if at all? Passing between planes is tricky at the best of times. Being forcefully ejected, against their will, even more so. Any number of things could happen. They could still be crossing. Time itself can be tricky in this. Could have gone to entirely different planes. Any number of them. Worst case, they simply became undone in the interdimensional chaos that stretches between the planes. You know, this kind of thing was partially my research back in the day. Observing. I worked on a project with Eliam. He and the other became the Archon, you know. Worked on him with him on my last project. Cannot remember its name. Should ask him, the Archon, when I get the chance. Aelith went out to buy fresh fruit. He'll be back for dinner.
Yes, we bumped into him, and thank you for the welcome. It's good to be back.
Oh, and Evelyn, I was supposed to give you this. He leans over the side of his chair, picking up a large package, clearly struggling with its weight. Was told it from the forages in the mountain by dorks.
Right. Right, would you get that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course.
Just so I understand it, did she fall at the same time as I did, or later?
You remember that as soon as the deal was forged, you fell. The things she describes, the sky lighting up with fire, the others, presumably the survivors, feeding souls or judging souls, seems unknown to you. You experienced none of this, so likely it was after you had already fallen.
Yeah. Okay.
So did it seem like Reginald understood the conversation?
Reginald said he researched, like, something to do with it a while ago.
Yeah,
It
let's
seems
follow him.
that even though he didn't seem to react to the story she spoke right then and there in Celestial, that he had heard the story from her before, or at least the story of her falling and 5 others. Whether or not you ask whether or not he speaks Celestial, well, you probably have to ask him yourself.
Right, is everything alright then, Kara? Yeah, it sounds like you can talk to each other.
We can.
That's good. Is that
But
good?
it's- Nothing's right. Looks like the garden is lost.
Oh. That's not good.
She just has a very dark expression on her face.
Um,
She'll kind of. Evelyn's gonna kind of glance to Rhett, like, you're the one that deals with this crap.
well, I mean, that was a very short conversation. Perhaps there are ways to find it? Or...
Based on the conversation we overheard, the dark figures, if they're the knights, if they're talking about the same garden, they're concerned about losing it, so maybe there's a chance of getting it back.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it can't be totally lost. If they're still, concerned about it.
We're concerned if they failed, then the garden would be lost to them. So
Right.
then
Yeah.
it can maybe be found by you.
They seem to know more than we did, or than we do.
Does your friend over there know anything about it?
He still stands now somewhat to the side. Her hands still balled into fists, almost looking like a child that is expecting to be punished, to be scolded.
I do not think we all have been quite formally introduced, or at the very least, last time you were still struggling with your memory. I'm addressing Ithiliana?
Well, you don't know her name.
I say that's who he's talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who I don't know her name, but that's who I'm talking
I know nothing of crossing the plains. I was
wait.
never supposed to leave. You can see that tears are forming in her eyes.
Well, we don't need to be so hasty. If Reginald knows something about this, there might even be ways to return. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, certainly ways of crossing plains and accessing them. I'm not personally familiar. There used to be, way back when, large gates shortly after the reconnection of the system of planes. Travel was difficult. Both the wizards and certain architects built these large gates that worked for interplanar travel, but now it's gotten, I'd say, more difficult. Some of the gates certainly lost to the blight. Some were destroyed, in fact, by ourselves, such as the gate to the Shadowfell and the gate that once led to the infernal hells. Suppose there are still experts in interplanar travel somewhere within the academy. Well, the Archaon, which, as you know, has left the city.
It's so difficult, but perhaps not impossible.
No, theoretically, nothing is impossible. If not the
There
help
you go.
with someone expert on the subject. There's nothing that, for example, a god couldn't do in that regard.
I mean, well, I don't know about that, but the point being, don't give up hope so quickly. Hope remains as long as we do, I suppose, and we're still here after, well, all that we just went through, so you know.
Have you ever worked with Orvaith?
Well, Norway, yes. Rambunctious brat, that one, but he's got quite a bright spark in him.
That was all I wanted to hear. The part of about the brat. That I'm glad now. I don't need to ask more questions here. Soleil just slightly smiles and doesn't ask any more questions in that regard.
Right, have either of you heard of the Dominion before?
That's a good question.
You see them both look at each other for a moment, and there's this questioning gaze almost between them. Not that I remember there are. Well, in the history, there have been many dominions, kingdoms. It could be. Could you be referring to any specific one of those?
There are several names mentioned along with it. Gromo, Parliament, Githir,
Hierophant?
Hierophant. Mm-hmm.
those are most unusual names. That the first one you mentioned, what was it? Gromo?
That would be right.
Yes, he was perhaps in Polythreme at some point.
Hmm. Does seem vaguely familiar, but could simply be close to another name, but don't quite remember.
Fair enough. It couldn't hurt to try.
Oh, Reginald. You know Vidar a bit, right?
Yes, we stayed in contact for a few. When was it again?
You wouldn't happen to know if he, had any contingency plans or anything of the like in case he were, I don't know, disintegrated?
Disintegrated. Are you planning to assassinate him? He's always had a lot of enemies. I do remember pranks back and forth between him and another. They were always scheming.
No, just in a theoretical sense, if he had been disintegrated, what would you expect of him?
I expect him to pop out of the nearest closet and say that it was a prank again. He's not
Fair
the
enough.
type to let himself be disintegrated, I don't think.
Fair enough.
Would think.
Well, can't judge a book by its cover, right?
Well, actually, I usually judge them by their title.
That is a good way to do
which
it.
is on the back of a book's cover.
Speaking of
You see, when
titles,
they use a lot of small words in the title, it's usually also a book that's more for a simpler mind.
Soleil, what was the title of that book you retrieved? Speaking of titles of books.
Good question. Might I roll for that if I knew that still, or if I don't just care? Because he just followed that signal, basically. I don't think he would remember the title that much after he gave it away anyway. But I guess
mean,
I can
Your choice.
just roll.
Maybe I should ask myself.
It's a 3. I have no idea. We had to give it away anyway, right? Should I have remembered it?
Do you remember, ma'am? I know you handed it off and everything.
I'm going back through my notes right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
I didn't write it down.
Oh no. I didn't write it down because I never handled it.
No, it's fine. I'm trying to see if I just didn't catch it or put it in a weird space.
I mean, this just makes sense because if
The
there was...
title of the book was The Implications of Spatial Distortion upon the Mortal Body.
Implications of spatial distortion upon the
Mortal Body.
right. It was implications of spatial distortion upon the mortal body.
That sounds like an interesting book.
It does sound rather interesting.
What would a person do with such a book?
Read it, most likely.
Fair.
True. Sorry for such a silly question.
Right. Well, uh, is everything been all right here, Reginald?
Quite. Yes.
We had quite an interesting time ourselves in Atogok.
Really, how did that go? Been like
Well,
a
we
week or
went
so.
down for the Harvest Festival, which we
yes,
won.
I was told.
Right. Well, we won it, which was most
that-
excellent.
Quite impressive, I assume. I personally have not been.
You should have seen Red. He won in the finals against this blue tiger guy.
Yeah, it was a fine
impressive.
duel, right. More interestingly, we hopefully delayed the hostilities between Polythreme and Atogok.
Hostilities? What are you talking about?
Well, it seemed that this Dominion we mentioned, organization or something, was stirring up some type of war between them.
Oh, that is quite curious.
Well, yes, and well, as it happens, we disposed of one of the members of the Dominion, much like those fellows that attacked here. You may remember.
An attack here?
Not here specifically out in the streets.
Yes.
On Polythreme?
Yes, indeed.
Ridiculous. Who would attack Polythreme?
It is very ridiculous. Probably accept your notice. It's fine.
I don't remember an attack in the last. Well, I don't remember an attack.
Well, I mean, they didn't get in here or anything, so why would you? I mean, in the Port Islands.
Well, yes, this place is quite defended. After all, you're here. I am here.
Quite so.
Did I ever tell you that I used to be quite in a privileged position in the Archaeon, before I left the city.
You've mentioned it. Haven't really talked too much about it though.
Yes, up and flew away. It's actually quite a curious happenstance if you think about it. It doesn't happen quite often, does it?
Normally buildings don't do that.
At least not that I remember.
And then our friend showed up here, and there was an attack out in the streets. Seemingly upon Quartermains, one would say. By this Dominion, which is why we went to Antagark to track down one of their members. In a way.
Interesting.
Various
You
sort
find
of
out
group.
why they would attack.
It seems like they're up to no good sort of type. I think they were looking for our guest here. But obviously
Oh,
she's
that's
quite
utterly
safe and sound.
ridiculous. She's only been here a week.
Right. But I think they are just trying to look around, cause trouble.
Well, it sounds like you took care of them then.
Well, maybe. There
Took
seems
care
to be
of
more of them.
Of probably
the
the weakest
problem.
link. Yeah.
But best to make sure that there's someone on keeping eyes about, just so there's no ruffians running about trying to cause trouble.
They do seem to be a direct enemy of the garden, so that's why we are kind of hoping that our new friend here had heard of them. But I suppose we'll have to look into it some more.
Well, I need to probably get myself freshened up after our travels and look, getting ready for dinner of sorts.
And open this up.
All right. And leave anyone that I'm not sure, Kara, if you wanted to have any time to get reacquainted or not. So I can give you space if need be.
Suppose.
Thanks then. Wonderful. And I will walk out the door.
Open the drop package up.
Does my room look untouched from the last time I was in here?
It seems that someone might have gone through and dusted. But all
Very
of the
quickly
things
go
are
to the corner.
still where they were. Yes, it's still there.
Okay. Good.
I'll set the package down. I think I'm actually gonna get back and see how Kara's doing though.
Of course. I know I won't be. If anything I say will not help the situation, so I thought I'd better get out there before I put my foot in of sorts.
It is a bit delicate. Put the packages on your bed.
I'll open the package.
Inside the package, you find a large tin box. Do you
Yeah, I will go ahead and open
okay.
that.
Roll me 2d4, please.
Four.
Both separate.
Sorry, it's a 2 and a 2.
Roll one of them again.
4.
Inside, at first you only see layers of paper. As you start going through it, it appears that the bundle of paper was simply there to protect something inside. As you unwrap two small, very delicate pieces of clockwork machinery.
Fun. I'll take them and sit down and mess with them and see if I can't sort out what they are and do all that stuff while people talk and chat.
You have about an hour until then. Is there anything anyone would like to do in that time?
Go to the bar.
I mean, do you want to like leave and go to a tavern or go to
No,
the
do
kitchen?
we not
and
have
just-
like a drink supply?
Well,
I mean, I probably have a drink supply in my room, at least.
yeah, probably in your room or in the kitchen at most.
I think my emergency sack. I'll go drink that.
Need to add more bottles to the room.
So Red,
Yeah.
you've got all the money for being the Harvest King, right?
Well, I mean, I figured we were gonna split it. Or
I mean,
split
you
it.
can keep it for now, but I was just wondering, maybe we could like check out the Emporium. I still
Yeah,
have a
that's-
store credit there anyway. I might have to use up at some point, and maybe we find something nice.
Yeah, I mean that sounds good to me. We
I'm just gonna get rid of some stuff that I don't want to carry around anymore. Just put that into in my room, and before I just sleep for the rest of the day, I feel like it's better to just get out there and get to the Emporium. Also, maybe on our way there, we just can get a better grasp on how the citizens are doing here.
Oh, you meant go down there tonight, even?
Maybe. I mean, depending on if that's time-wise possible. Because they're gonna close at some point, right?
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
We can do that tomorrow, though. It's not something we have to do today.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, honestly, if you wanted to take the cash and look, but I figured we kind of all wanted to go together. And
Yeah, makes sense.
Kara was looking kind of rough, and did she just walk out? Might want to like. Oh, I don't know. Not let her drink herself to death.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that good with words. Maybe you should check on her.
Alright.
I'm in my room if you need me.
I once knew someone at the academy. To death.
Oh,
Didn't go so well mixing a lot of potions together. Some point he just up and exploded. It was a huge mess, but first we thought it was a joke because, well, his insides were extremely colorful, like party balloon, sort of. But when he didn't reappear, it seemed pretty obvious what had happened. We had to close down the alchemy lab for a good few days for the cleanup.
oh my.
I mean,
Sounds like you needed a more strict potions master.
we also have had bad experiences with exploding party members, and so we know it's
That's
not a
true.
good thing.
Yes, potions are supposed to be in a lot of places, but not inside the body.
Depends on the potion, right?
Oh,
I suppose I better go see about Kara then. I don't think she had any potion. Did she have potion? Oh shoot, I bought her a oh god.
Oh god!
you open the door, it's just like paint all over the walls.
Yeah, I opened the door.
You wanna join?
Oh, sure. Just a little bit though.
Give me the bottle.
I suppose that was all a bit unexpected.
Doesn't seem like there's much hope.
Well, I mean, I won't lie, I don't know.
The only people who seem to know more are trying to kill us.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Although, I mean, Reginald did mention this Archon worked on something close as far as something to do with Ava's and maybe that's related. Maybe he saw something coming and that's why they left the city?
Maybe.
Think we shouldn't give up so easy.
Even if we manage to get to the garden, there's probably nothing left.
Well, I mean, as you've explained it, it seems like souls go there all the time, so even if it was badly destroyed, those souls still need somewhere to go. So it ought to be rebuilt, even if it is a bit beat up. Right?
There's a difference between beat up and completely destroyed.
Yeah. I don't think it's completely destroyed, or they wouldn't still be trying to go after it.
I guess that's true.
What exactly did I tried to introduce myself and she still didn't tell me her name. Tell you.
I can tell you her name.
Hold on, I should probably post it. I just realized.
Yes, it's not Liliana, but it's similar to Liliana.
It's on her token, it's Liliana.
Yes, Ithelia. Where did
It's on her token.
That sounds like a
Oh,
name
did
from
I?
out of Lord of the Rings.
Yes, there it is.
It does sound out of Lord of the Rings.
It's like Lothlorien and like some elvish.
You sound like the art of Lord of the Rings.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
After a couple of minutes, you hear from down below the ringing of a bell.
Did you tell me what she said?
Yeah, I can. She's gonna repeat her words roughly.
That sounds kind of rough, yeah. You know, that sounds strangely a lot like the cleanses.
The cleansers.
I mean, they sacrifice people to a flame. You sacrifice souls to a flame, sacrifice people to a flame. You know, I mean, sounds kind of similar to me. I don't know much about these things, but I mean, you made a deal to hold back the darkness, right? And what do the cleanses do? They hold back the blight. You know, I mean,
I guess there are some similarities.
yeah. So, I mean, maybe it's not lost then. Well, at least it's not lost to the darkness.
The bell rings again.
Anyway, we should get down to dinner.
Yeah.
Can't sit up here and drink all night. Come on.
Ah, good. Everyone's here.
Not everyone.
Well, so, you
Did
see
you
him
see?
go around the room counting. Oh. Oh.
Did you see Slay, Fred?
He said he was in his room. So
I ring the bell again.
yeah, I mean, I didn't sound like it was going to stay in there too long.
Aaron, where'd you go? Get Slay.
And if Liliana, does she come down to eat?
Well, in the past few days, she hasn't really seemed like she needed to eat, nor has she.
Okay, I mean, it's up to her. But somebody has invited her, though, right? Like, we're not just.
Oh, yeah, I
alright.
brought her food. Sometimes she'd maybe eat a little and then leave most of it there. And
Does she like to drink, though?
I hadn't checked, per se.
Aaron will use his fist to just repeatedly rap on the door.
Yeah, what is it? I'm coming.
Probably
It's
sounds
just-
exactly like this.
Yeah. He was just like lying there in his pillow fort. Opens the door. Yes? Doesn't see anyone. Cause Kieran is too small probably, right? Or is he hovering mid-air?
No, he's on the floor at the moment.
Soleil looks left. Soleil looks right. And closes the door again. God damn it! And he opens the door again. And then he sees Kieran.
Try and grab onto his pant leg and just start dragging him. Not that he can actually forcefully move him, but start pulling him along.
Alright, I'm following.
Well, today I prepared for well, a little starter with some deep fried slices of potato, and then right after we will have a braised rabbit with cream sauce and bread and cabbage, and well, to round it all off, I bought a Laughing Island brandy, which we can share a glass of, and Brett, do you still have the newspaper on you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You see Aelith stop as he is explaining his menu, and his eyes fall on the newspaper. What? That's ridiculous. What has the city come to?
Sorry?
He realizes your questioning glance and responds. One moment. He vanishes downstairs before returning a moment later with another newspaper in his hands. There, ridiculous. See? He puts the newspaper down next to the other, and the difference immediately jumps out at you. The third article is a completely different one, yet the newspaper is otherwise the same, just as the printing date is. Wouldn't even have noticed if it wasn't on the front page. Censorship in the Courier, can you imagine? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. That. What? Can I see that new one? Or the? Wait. Which one's the censored one?
The one we had
I
wasn't
don't know
censored.
when you got yours, but got this one this morning, just first thing in the day.
No, yeah. I got mine midday in Lower District. Which one are you saying is the one that's altered though? We haven't been in the city for a while.
They're both on the table now at this point.
Yeah.
I was just gonna kind of shift the one over and very quickly start reading.
Well, only one of them's critical of our new heavyweights in the council, Forge Masters. Can pretty quickly imagine which one they'd wanted gone.
I suppose I should actually try to read it then.
I was gonna rejectedly sit back in her seat.
I like reading. Oh. Well, there's another one we gotta take care of.
Right. I was really hoping it had already be sorted.
Yeah.
Really hoping.
Well, it didn't feel like a problem that would solve itself.
Well, you know, I was hoping maybe other people would be able to solve it.
Yeah, I mean...
It brought it towards her.
Ignore the typos. Oh my god, I see the typos.
Yeah.
There are no typos, okay?
Mm-mm.
Not to me. Well, not to Red.
Brought it towards several people's attention, thought that they'd be able to sort it out. Apparently, no one is competent in this town, though, so can't rely on someone
Well,
else.
I mean, there was somebody who was competent, but looks at your hand.
Well, yes. Really thinking I should go there this evening.
I mean, if you want to, I'm down. I'm up to go up, rather.
Well, we can continue dinner.
But this lovely meal needs to be eaten quite.
We never get the rest we deserve.
True, Soleil. True. True words have never been spoken.
Look, I was kind of overwhelmed when we were back in Antok Arc and we had to do all the stuff in this certain amount of time and felt like there was so much to do. It turns out, like, it's not just Antok Arc, it's just nowhere seems to be anyone capable of doing the right thing.
Fair enough.
I hate it so much.
No, I'm sure whatever you need to do could wait until morning.
Let's hope it does.
I mean, it probably can, yeah.
I was gonna angrily cut up her potato.
Same with Slay. He's just annoyed that he just doesn't want to have to do shit with this whole ordeal.
I was just angry for other reasons.
Yeah, just completely different reasons, but he's also
But
pissed.
still both angry. They have
Yeah.
a shared anger for totally different
Mhm.
motives.
It's almost like
You're not letting me get
angry
away with
children just
Yeah.
sort of cutting up angrily the
Pretty-
potatoes. And
it.
just
Exactly.
mashing
That's
them.
exactly what it's like.
Mhm.
tastes
100%.
delicious, even though you're angry.
I'm still mad. It's delicious.
Yeah, we
I wanna
can't
eat
admit
every
it.
last bite. But I'm angry about with the world right now. Yeah, Banjo.
Kara's probably over here doing the same thing. We're all just like,
Oh, poor Aelith.
oh man.
Like,
Brett
what's
looks
wrong
at
with
his
my
food.
food?
You see him also somewhat angrily eating his potato.
Ah, censorship.
Man, it has been time.
The only one who doesn't seem disturbed in any ways. Reginald, at the end of the table.
Oh, Reginald, I ate somebody.
That was a change of topic.
I was just thinking about food, and now I don't
Another
want it anymore.
animal. You give it a name before you ate it.
I don't even remember his name, but he was definitely a sentient person.
Well, that I believe would be considered cannibalism. That is someone taboo. You kill him.
Apparently.
Probably wouldn't say that out too loud. That is still a crime, especially within the city.
Yep.
You can't just go around eating people.
Yep.
Fair, he wasn't in his right mind when it happened.
I was Hydra at the time.
He did it in front of an audience of thousands.
I did.
Well, assuming then you probably already got punished for it. Hopefully you've learned your lesson.
Yep. They paid me 25,000 in gold.
And then sounds like a heavy punishment.
It was
I
heavy.
wouldn't have 25,000 in gold. Seems quite heavy.
Oh, the world was a messed up place. I don't really want it anymore. I have brandy.
I'd say that's probably a matter of respect. Perhaps you just need to change yours. You tried closing one of your eyes and just observing the world in a different way. Yeah, I'll bring out the brandy.
I think I need to look through the world through the bottom of the brandy bottle. That'll work.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to do this evening? After spending your time eating and drinking, you all settle in for a long rest, or is there anything else?
I do have a question, Becker. Do I know, like, so Vidar's place is on the highest tier. Would I know that I can get up there? I know Rhett can get up there. Would I be able to bring other people with me, or would they have to get special permissions, kind of a thing?
Usually, when there's a large amount of people going back and forth, there has to be either good reason or a sort of worker's permit for them to be up there.
Gotcha.
But from experience, you know that in the past, you know, people have gotten people through
Just normally probably have to pay people
with talking and you know,
money
reasons, you know,
and money.
rich people probably.
Okay.
But you know, some
Also maybe money.
less fortunate people through from parties and some sort.
Okay.
Listen, we're anger gang tonight, okay?
I'll probably in the evening spend some time messing with the lock again. Of a certain secret crate in my room. I know I'm missing a piece to what I need, like a activation code or stuff or something like that. I think it was. So I'll just spend some time talking to it.
Mm-hmm.
Based off of the notes that I have, trying to see if I can't come up with a random phrase. If I was trying to put myself in the shoes of someone who created this immortality-ness through the notes, and then had a box that was locked up looking for some sort of a key phrase.
Okay.
So that's what I'll spend for a while in the evening. But other than that, that's it.
Give me... I'm trying to find a way to do this without you actually just giving me phrases you've been trying. I guess give me an intelligence.
Or that would be a 23. Almost a nat 20.
Okay. You spend your evening sort of whispering phrases and words to the box, but so far none of them seem to do the trick.
It's fine. I wasn't expecting it to. I just figure I'm gonna mess with it for as long as I'm in Polythreme.
I think I just spend my night drinking liquor.
Okay. Give me please a Constitution check real quick. Roll me a 1d4, please.
Three.
Okay. And you all have a long rest. In the morning, you wake as the light shines through your windows. Soon, as noon will come, you will once again be in the shadow of the district above. But for now, you awaken well rested. All except for Red. Red. You are heavily hungover. For the next 3 hours, you have a level of exhaustion. And after those 3 hours, that level of exhaustion will be gone. As will the pounding headache that you have.
Alright. But hey, I don't remember eating someone this morning, so.
I'll put on one of my nicer outfits, knowing where I'm heading and having to put on good impressions. wait a bit. Brett hasn't come and checked up on me yet. That's odd.
Brett's taking a bath.
I'll go knock on his door. It's not there. I'll head downstairs. He's not there. Is Soleil downstairs? At this point in time, a couple hours into the morning.
He will probably be in this room.
Fair enough. And give up and go and putz about in the forge for a bit.
I guess Soleil's
Another
Oh.
mark on your hand is gone. And you get another point of maximum HP.
Good morning, Evelyn.
Oh, morning. Have you seen Brett about this morning?
No, not really.
He's normally up by now, but I guess he's up. He just wasn't in his room.
That's pretty odd for him.
Oh. Well, I know he was up late with Kara. I don't suppose he's in Kara's room, do you?
Well, I don't know.
Yes, that's none of my business.
Yeah, guess so. I just wanted to ask you, so you're going Upper District today?
I am. I want to see if I can't get this resolved as quickly as possible. Did you want to come along, or?
Yeah, that was the question, like, do you think we should go all together, or maybe you could, I could, take care of some stuff that involves shopping, like, you could give maybe Kieran with me, and when I find something that might be interesting for you guys, I can kind of communicate it through him. Maybe I can buy it for you.
I can communicate that far. It's normally a range of, say, 100 feet or so.
Oh, that's less than I expected, and forget that. Guess I'm gonna come with you.
You know, since Red's not here, I mean, I suppose we could get an early start and head on up with whoever's here, and then leave a message that told him to meet up with everyone, so we don't spend all of our time.
Sure, let's do
Already.
that.
Yeah, I'd rather get this taken care of, anyways. We'll leave a note and a message with Aelith in case he sees the others before. So, talk to Aelith.
No. Morning.
Morning.
You'll be wanting breakfast?
Just something quick, or relatively easy, I think.
Well, easy. There's bread and slice of cheese.
Oh, that works. I'm not sure where everyone else is, but myself and Soleil, I think, are gonna head out. Could you leave a message for the others? Or could I leave a message with you in case they
Of
wake up?
course. Well, if they come by here.
Yeah, I'll leave a note as well. But if you happen to see them, we're just heading up to the upper district to take care of some things, and we'll be back after that.
Sure. Well, if you're heading to the upper district, if you happen to see any stalls with fruit on the way. If you wouldn't mind buying some.
Sure, yeah, we could do that.
Great, great.
Any in particular?
Just anything fresh, I suppose.
Alright. We can do that easy enough. Yep, so that's it. I'm just gonna take out a quick piece of paper and scroll a quick note to Rhett whenever he decides to make an appearance.
Actually just got out of bed. So I just go on my way back to my room to take care of. Oh, morning. I understand why you sleep in. Eric, wake up. Oh dear. Kara.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, she gets up slowly, like usual.
Hang on, I'm gonna go get like pants on and then head down to the.
Why did you take off your pants?
I wasn't. Okay, listen.
You wake up without pants on?
I was in the bath.
In my room.
No, man.
I wish like Soleil was just walking there when Red left her room without pants.
Oh, okay.
Don't you always take a bath? You take a bath with your pants on. Come on. Man.
You walk in someone else's room without your pants on?
I had a towel on coming out of the bath. This is what you do after a bath. You have your towel and you head back to your room. And... Okay, maybe I did things in the wrong order. Calm down. Anyway, I come down in my pants.
Oh. Morning.
Good morning.
You don't look so good.
I look
Rough
fantastic.
night.
You see the bags under his eyes.
Nope. Excellent night.
Oh. I mean, I guess I
That
need
was
to...
sarcasm.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, of course, of course.
I'm just gonna grab some coffee. Are you? Where are you? Sorry, I didn't come back. Are you? You're up early. Is it early?
It's not.
Close to noon.
Oh.
Getting ready to head out without you.
Oh, well, come. I got the money, I suppose. Wait, which way were we headed? Look, Soleil wanted to buy things. We were gonna go up.
Are gonna go to the upper district.
All right. I'm gonna put a shirt and shoes on.
Do you want to see if Kara wants to come too?
Yeah, I got her up. But, yeah.
Sully, do you think I need to give him more time to be able to do his own thing? He's always so accommodating, and I don't normally think about it, but if there is something going on, I don't need him not focusing on any relationships that he's trying to blossom. I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's so funny
That's
to me.
amazing.
I mean, especially in these dark times, maybe it's good to have some kind of distraction.
Something to, grasp onto, hold on, center yourself, ground yourself, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'll try and look. If it looks like if you notice that I'm ignoring, him, and maybe something he could be doing on his own or have free time for himself, just like have a code word or something to like flag me with, because I don't always pay attention to those things.
Yeah, sure. I will give you a hint.
That works. Perfect.
Like something they won't realize. Like I'm gonna wave my tail leftwards twice.
Well, you do that actually quite often throughout the day.
Oh! Didn't realize that.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, that'd be fine. It just seems to move around a lot already.
Anyway, so I get dressed and then I go to Kara.
I'm gonna figure
let's go
something
on
out.
to the upper district.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright. I'm like, how do you do this every day?
The key is never stop drinking.
I'm gonna need some help. Show me the way, sensei.
Maybe if you like tug your ear.
Just hands you another bottle.
Do you?
I mean, she's taught me well. So I guess Rhett and Kara come down, Rhett like leaning on her and drinking another bottle.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you take a swig, the heat immediately fills your head and numbs the throbbing pain.
Oh god.
Oh, are you sure you're feeling up to this today, Brett?
Ooh, well, I'm feeling better now. Kara, she's helping me out. See,
Right. Well, I was thinking. Well, I mean,
Huh.
originally my thought had been after dealing with the whole Vidar thing,
Right.
if you wanted, we could pass by my house to see your mum. But if you're not really feeling up to that today, we don't have to.
No, I can do that. Wait a minute. Looks at Kara. Why did?
What?
I'm supposed to be the good one. Hands you back the bottle. I cast Greater Restoration on myself.
Boo!
You
Boring.
cast Greater Restoration?
Hell yeah!
Okay.
Oh gosh.
You
Exhaustion be gone.
immediately feel just the inebriation wash away from you, like clarity just hits you.
Ah,
Suddenly you feel a lot colder, everything seems almost more vibrant. And yeah, the poison from the alcohol is washing away. And so is the headache.
sorry about that. I got caught up in my own thing.
And that's absolutely
go.
all right. You can do that whenever you like. You know, you're your own person. But let's head out.
Yes, of course, ma'am. Whatever you need.
Before we leave the house, Soleil snaps his finger, turns into a female tabaxi with a simple dress that is supposed to be another humble servant of Lady Ablin.
That works.
I can play bodyguard.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to probably pass over some coin and deal with it that way. This shouldn't be an ordeal.
Yeah, it's not.
Head out. Make our way to the central spiral again and head to the upper district.
Okay. As soon as you approach the chain lift leading up to the upper district, just standing right in front of it is the familiar large figure of one of the captains of the guard of Polythreme. As you approach, he holds up his right hand, stepping forward, and leaning down slightly to examine you.
Show the mark on the back of my neck.
Headed up,
Yes. Been,
and this your retinue.
It is.
Well, I can see that one's a maid of sorts, bodyguards. What's the tiefling in the hat supposed to be?
Butler. He's a
the butler, yes.
It's an all-round handy, sort of.
Not in uniform, I see.
We're not normally
I also
much
do
of
a
a-
bit of entertaining. It's a get up.
Well, I'll let you up, but is there anyone here that doesn't have a marker for at least the medium?
I don't actually know, do any of
Do we have the markers from being Quatermain's
Yes.
people? Yeah, alright. Okay. Cool.
Seems to be all well then. He spends another moment just sort of examining each of you closely, stepping in front of each and every one of you, and getting a little bit closer to your face than you'd like. Been told to check well, especially for people from the lower districts recently. With the whole debacle around the church of the incandescent pyre, been some rumors going about. Anyway, seems like you're all good. Step inside the chain lift whenever. I'll send you up.
Thank you.
Up into the chain lift.
And again, with the rattling, the chain lift ascends. And you find yourself in the upper district. Here, close to noon, it's like a completely different city. Most of the buildings are made of marble or similar, more opulent material. Towers rise high into the sky, and well, the most noticeable thing is that there is no other district above you. Above you is the clear open sky, save for the plume of smoke from the central shaft, and the sun high up in the sky. I'm guessing you're headed straight towards the manor of Vidar.
Yes. Keeping an eye out. I'll either ask to pick up any fresh fruit, so if you happen to see any stalls on our way.
As you pass along the street towards the manor, you notice that, well, at least on the upper district, there's significantly less people around. All of them are extraordinarily well dressed. And even in terms of Polythreme guard, there are fewer and they seem significantly more relaxed. You pass by a small market selling fresh fruit. The prices, however, do seem quite outrageous.
Could you go ahead and pick some up, Brett?
Well, for a small basket of assorted fruit, you'd have to pay 5 gold.
I'll pay it. It's fine.
Just buy a little more in case.
You right now are probably richer than many of the people actually living up here, so... Yeah, you pay the 5 gold and you get a small basket with fruit.
Buy 2 of them. Aerith is gonna like that.
Wait, just a few more. I think he was trying to do something with them. He seemed
Oh,
Pretty intense.
Also, we won't know until we come back, so maybe this will be one of the last chances to actually get some fresh food, fresh fruit.
Good point. I'll buy 2.
Okay.
By 4.
Why do you love fruit so much all of a sudden?
I don't, but Aelith.
I mean, Aelith is a good guy, but like,
Can't spend 20 gold on him.
yeah, I mean, right.
On him, especially, not like on food or something. Can't spend 12 gold on him.
Right, let's get back on the way. Head along to Badar's estate.
Vidar's manor looks as impressive as always. The marble exterior, the heavy-set ornate wooden gate. A massive golden chain hangs across the wooden gate, fastened to it via large handles hewn into the wood, barring the entrance.
You think like that thing on your hand can unlock?
Certainly try. I'll go up and try and grab the... You said it's like a handle? Or
It's like
or
a
chains?
massive golden padlock on a massive golden chain, hung on 2 handles that are both set into one of the double gate.
Try and grab the padlock? Why are you laughing and I'm
reach
concerned?
for the heavy metallic lock and you feel nothing as your hand passes right through.
Oh.
Now that you think about it, you don't remember the presence of a chain or these giant golden handles the last time you'd been here. And as opulent as the manor appears from the outside, there is a certain style to it. The interplay of white marble and black lacquered wood. The gold seems somewhat out of place. The image distorts, flickers, and then vanishes. Behind the illusion, you see a copy of the same door, but in place of a gaudy lock, at the center of the 2 doors lies a gorged hole.
That's not good.
No.
Any day, no Elevan will have loaded the trap.
While that's loading, if I look at the compass on my hand, is it still pointing into the mansion?
It is pointing straight ahead into the mansion. And it seems to almost be vibrating.
Right, well, I guess we can only press on. It looks like the hole would have taken out any locks that were in the door, or is it still
You don't
like
really see a large hole. You see a
Okay.
small hole with light coming from the inside. And you see a large scorch mark.
Guess I'll try and check the door. See if we can open it.
The door creaks open with the slightest pressure. There are scorch marks along the inside of the door as well, and the lock.
Also, just in case, maybe you should just check the
The
compass.
inside looks almost exactly like you remember.
Like, can you check the compass, please, just in case, to make sure that whatever we are heading for is still here?
Yeah, it seems to be still pointing straight ahead.
Okay. Good or not good. Depends on what's going to happen here.
Right.
You all step
Um,
inside.
I do.
Then everyone who steps inside, please
no.
give me an intelligence save.
Oh boy.
Save. Oh boy.
5.
11.
22.
Okay. And you are still free to move.
Right. Do be cautious. I'm not really sure what we're walking into.
I'm gonna
I think
keep my.
This is maybe Gromo's work.
I'm not really sure what to expect, honestly. But Or does have a decent amount of enemies, I imagine. Oh, and is there what is
I'm gonna keep my hand in front of me as we're walking, just to see if at any point in time it the compass shifts. Just not massively here holding it far away, but more right in front of chest, just kind of keeping it subtly in front of me to keep an eye on the compass as I walk.
The compass leads you straight ahead. And as you walk upon the ballroom floor, suddenly the light changes, and beneath you stretches the sudden endless repetition of this hole in the floor. And all of you suddenly fall. Except for you, Evelyn. The rest of you are falling. The abyss beneath you stretches into the dark. And faintly at the bottom you can make out something, a solid ground. And you feel, as you speed up falling, that you are going to hit it. All of you have a turn to react and do something. If you'd like, you can roll initiative or go by any order you choose.
I don't think I can help anyone, but I can cast Misty Step when I'm within 30 feet of the ground and just Misty Step onto the ground.
I just hop on my broom.
And I'm just gonna time my fall, that just before I hit the ground, I say the command word to turn into mist.
I'm going to look at my hand and just say,
Medora, if this is your doing, you better not hurt my friends.
The needle still points ahead, still vibrating.
I'll
By the way, Evelyn,
see. Mm-hmm.
you see them fall. And then, as they reach what would be the next sort
Floor.
of level, the next floor, you see them instead vanish and fall from above, past you, past you, past you, multiple
they're no-
times.
I see.
This is some portal shit.
Kara,
I'll-
before you hit the ground, you misty step. Silay, you turn into your gaseous form, and Red, You hop onto your broom to stop the fall. All of you, please give me a wisdom save. The DC is 18, except Abel.
80. We died here so much. I saved 19. Nice.
15.
Wisdom. Oh, I actually rolled a 19 as well.
It's just me.
For some reason, as you hop onto the broom, it doesn't slow you down. You slam onto the ground. And you take 33 psychic damage.
Oof.
And yes, it is psychic damage.
Is that good or bad for you?
They just now like on the ground, not like in front of me, kind of a thing.
They are again on the floor, together with you as it reappears. Almost like the tiles set into place one after the other. The floor completes underneath you. To them, however, they just slam into the ground.
Are you all right? Right?
My nose.
Please give me another intelligence save.
All of us.
Yes.
$15.
2.
Oh, well, 14.
9.
24.
Oh, you all, by the way, get a +3 if you're within
Oh,
10 feet of me.
27.
Then it's a 5.
What did you roll, Jess?
I rolled the 16. I have a +8.
So that's 24?
I had 24, and then if I add +3, that's a 27.
Right. Actually, you know what? I'll just leave it on the same. So, what you suddenly see, Evelyn, is this. Suddenly, as the others freeze in place, you see this aperture appear at the end of the dance floor, spinning and whirling around, exuding this yellow-greenish light. And as you look to your companions, you see their eyes glazed over and blind, frozen in place.
Move forward, pushing past Kara and Rhett as I do. Up to it. Can I make sense of what it is? I'm assuming it's causing some sort of magical effect, but if I put my hand that has the compass of Adar up near it, does that do anything?
The compass still points forward, still vibrating. But there is no change in it as you approach the machine.
That's stupid. I'm gonna pull out my arcane nullifier and try and cast Dispel Magic on it.
Okay. Meanwhile, the others. Oops, that's the wrong one. You suddenly find yourself in a cage. A large cage. The door from whence you came is gone. Instead, there is a throne. You hear a sudden laughter. The shadows from around the room condense upon the throne, and sitting there, still loudly laughing, sits Vidar.
ha, you got us. All right.
I'm still a gas cloud for 1 minute. That slowly hovers upwards.
Yeah, you hover through the cage.
Because I can't move, I automatically move upwards slowly but steadily.
As you move through the cage, please give me a wisdom save. The DC is 18.
Ooh, that was
Oh,
that was so close to the natural one. But this way it's a 19 again.
as your cloud sort of parts around the iron bars, it almost seems like they heat up like molten metal. It just glows a hot red. But you part and you float past it and out of the cage.
This is so weird, I definitely won't turn back into my normal form. And stay the gaseous cloud for now. But inside I think... Darn Vidar. Still alive, it seems.
You'd fallen again into my trap. And this time, you will not escape.
Are you really Vidar? I
Of
saw
course.
Vidar get disintegrated.
Maybe he lost his memory when he came back.
Oh, that might be. Do you know who we are?
Of course I know who you are. You killed my warrior.
Oh, shit.
And here we are.
This isn't Vidar at all.
What warrior?
Kriakros. He was supposed to murder you after dispatching myself. Of course, that too was a trick.
Man, you seem so cool.
The cage in front of you suddenly flings open as the entire room around you almost distorts for a moment. Vidar seemingly just grows in size as he steps towards you. And I require another intelligence save from all of you. This time, however, at advantage. Except from you, Evelyn.
Yep.
$22.
Do we still get the bonus from our dear paladin?
If you're within 10 feet.
I don't even know why I'm asking, because even with a bonus it's an 8.
I rolled 290.
I rolled a 4 and a 5.
The checkered marble floor around you is suddenly stained with pools of blood. The light from outside seems to flicker and change. And Vidar steps slowly towards you.
Oh, he's a big
And
boy.
as he does, you feel wounds open across your body and blood flow from it as it pools around him, snaking upwards.
Do we see Ablin, by the way?
You do not.
Okay.
She was here a second ago. Whoever failed, you take 44 psychic damage.
No.
The DC was 18.
Well, you didn't have to, like, roll them.
No, I know. I'm more concerned about my friends.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Half if we succeeded or none if we succeeded?
None if you succeeded.
Did anyone fail?
Yeah, I failed.
Oof. Look, y'all, I need you to get smarter,
Evelyn,
wiser.
you.
We
as
just
you cast
we just need
stone
other
magic, You
friends.
see the ring that is closest to your casting completely lose its glow. It continues to spin along its axis for a little while before coming to a standstill. The other wheels now spin around it almost erratically, like they have to carry the weight, but they begin tumbling like they're not supposed to.
Um. I guess I'll. Stupid. Can I see them standing behind me still in like a daze? How are like? Do they look any different or?
They seem completely unmoved.
Okay.
They still stare blankly into nothing.
All right. This is stupid. I'll take out another gadget that looks like a little like ball of gears with a little like glowing center and chuck it at the thing and then very quickly move away as I do so.
Okay, what is it?
Hold on, I'm pulling up the actual spell. Never used this one, but I had it prepared for today, so. I think it's. Oh, I see. Looking for the wrong thing. Oh, it's actually just caught. It's essentially casting Shatter, but it's a mine. So it
Okay.
detonates when I tell it to, and it's a 10-foot radius sphere centered on the mine when I throw it.
Roll me the damage. And I believe it's either insta-crit or double the damage against an object
Yeah.
or construct.
It doesn't. It doesn't say anything along those lines, at least for it. But
Could be C. Should say in.
well, it's
chat.
technically doing Thunderburst Mine, which is essentially
Right.
Shatter, but it's just delaying it.
Ah,
It's the same
so
thing
there's
as
a
Shatter.
disadvantage on the saving throw if it's
Yeah.
like a construct or made out of
Right.
inorganic metal or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me the damage, please.
Yeah. That is. Um. That is 24 points of damage.
As the
Thunder
giant
damage.
Vidar moves towards you, towards the cage, stretching out his arms, he suddenly falls to the ground in a cloud of black smoke and vanishes. The whiplash you all experience is immense as you suddenly find yourself still on the stairs. In front of you, yawning, this gaping black hole in the floor. And beyond, an apparatus spins wildly. Slowly cracking, the sphere inside explodes and shatters to the ground. Cracks run along the many rings, and slowly the spinning of the sphere, of the many rings, come to a halt.
Right, are you alright? Are you three all okay? Seems like there's some illusion magic of sorts going on there.
Yeah.
I think I stopped it.
Did it read our minds? It knew about Hyacris and the warrior.
Takes a couple seconds until the cloud of right next to you turns back into Soleil, and he definitely doesn't look that great. Seems like whatever happened.
Right. Perhaps the lot of you should stay back.
You think you can do this alone?
I'd rather not have any of you lose your own lives in the process.
Pretty bad headache.
But what if you happen to be in a situation where you need help?
Pretty hardy. I seem to
To doubt.
have little difficulty, likely because of the mark I have on my hand. It didn't seem to really be an issue.
I mean, that makes sense, but that was weird what the illusion said. You two heard that, right?
Yeah.
What did the illusion say?
Well, he said it was Vidar, and that we had killed his warrior, Hyacris, who, the disintegration of him was just a trick.
And that we were meant to be killed during that fight.
Yeah. Which I don't know how an illusion here would know about that.
Beggar, would I know of any sort of, like, mentions of magic or things like that that could, like, touch on your memories? Like, I know there's things like detect thoughts that could somehow be wrapped up in an illusion.
How familiar would you be with illusion magic in general? Or the school of illusion? Interest-wise.
Probably only vaguely.
Then
Like,
give me
the basics.
an Arcana check, DC 15.
Oh man. That's a rolled horribly. That's only a 13.
You know that illusion magic can become quite complex. Even at a journeyman level, these spells can draw directly from your mind. You have no idea what spell in specific it could be, but the illusions that are simple images or sounds or have to be predefined are only the apprentice level of illusions.
magic can do some strange things. Having you perceive things that aren't there, or making your brain make sense of something, to follow a certain level of logic. Vidar is extraordinarily skilled in magic, so it's possible it's just that a spell. I'm not
Yeah.
sure what he could be using.
Or it could be not even Vidar, and I don't think the soul should be here, so...
Right. Just stay back for a quick moment.
And I'll carefully move towards the hole and glance down it.
The hole seems to extend for quite a distance. Possibly around 30-35 feet down. And faintly below you, you see marble tiles, grey stone, some of which seem already cracked from above. But give me a perception roll, please.
As part of me looking down it, can I use the Fey Fly to also travel down a bit and cast light on it?
Mm-hmm.
As it does so while I'm rolling perception.
The room below you illuminates a little bit more, and you see walls, 2 doorways, machinery.
$17 for perception.
Faintly, you hear a metallic noise, a rhythmic whirring, like the buzz of fast gears or cleaning.
There's something down there. A machine of some sort.
Having been in here before, do we remember where Vidar's like treasure room, teleportation room that we came into is?
You remember quite vividly that his vault seemed inaccessible. The teleportation platform that took you back, however, lies just beyond this room.
Side note, I guess if you want myself.
How far down does it look?
35 feet.
Moving over instead to this machine. It looks like the one I was messing with, and from my perspective,
Yes.
is one of the
It's
rings.
now cracked and broken, but it looks curiously built. Forged from brass rings. You've never seen anything like this.
I don't know if it will work because I've busted it up pretty badly, but I'm gonna try and cast Identify on it, or ritually cast Identify on it.
Okay. What is your passive perception, by the way? Or your
I-
passive investigation?
My passive investigation is, that's what, 10 plus? Or,
Okay.
18.
God, that you don't use the Beyond.
I don't.
18?
18 is my passive investigation.
You notice that from whatever caused this hole, there's quite a lot of dirt and grime surrounding the entire place. Except around this object, where probably through the whirring of the gears, the spinning of the rings, the wind has sort of pushed away the grime and dirt. But among the dirt you notice dust. This is not a new hole. This must have been at least a few days.
Right, that's my concern.
As you identify the object, you notice that it is not one, but multiple. Each of the individual rings seems to emanate like an arcane conduit. They themselves don't seem to be magical, but seem to react to magic. The only sense of magic you get is from the shards of the orb that was once in the middle, that now lie across it in a circle on the ground.
Right. I look back at my shaky looking group of friends. I'll hook my grappling hook onto part of this thing and then leap down into the hole.
Okay.
I was gonna inspect the piano.
You can.
What if the machine heart is down there?
True, though.
You land almost with your feet hard on the floor, on stone tiles that have already been cracked. And you find yourself, save for the light the Faithfly emits, in utter darkness. In front of you stands an open door. There are more signs of char, of burn marks, scorch marks on the ground and at the door. To your left lies another door, still closed. Behind you, machinery. But otherwise, the room seems empty.
I disengaging my grappling hook from having it reel back in. Can I carefully look around the room for any traps?
Give me an investigation roll.
That's going to be a natural 20, which would make that a 28.
You examine the cracked floor and the almost hewn walls. You see a lot of differences between the depth between the bricks, but none of them seem to have any sort of significance. There are no wires, there's no hidden traps, at least in terms of the tiles. Where they aren't cracked, where you landed, they are completely smooth. There's no difference between them. What do the rest of you do as Ablin jumps down the hole?
I start trying to play through what I can remember. It might take me a little bit to try with the musicality of the sailing song that Vidar requested on the first time here.
Yeah, it certainly takes you back to that night as the melody plays. You remember a good amount of it. But as you play it, as the sound sort of fills the hall, nothing extraordinary happens.
Okay.
Kara, Soleil, what do you do?
Let's definitely stay the fuck away from this hole and just
Okay.
kind of hide at the entrance door,
And
ready to
for
leave
now,
if necessary.
let's take a quick 10-minute break because I really gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And we'll continue. I'll be right back.
Soleil's like, fuck nah, this is not my type of game. Also, where did we all disappear to?
They're over here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm probably back here.
I am down here. Right in the hole.
Have fun.
Hmm.
I mean, you are our tank, so
Yes.
trust in you.
For sure. It looks like this door. If I, so this could just be like options of like what was there for map choices and stuff like that. But it looks like this door was blasted outwards,
Mm-hmm.
meaning something came through it. Which I'm gonna ask Beggar when he gets back.
Also,
That's my observation.
that black blast thingy almost looks like the thing in your hand.
It could. I also know if this is made from Incarnate. That's one of their map making like
Okay.
icons. So it could just be a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it probably is just the blast thingy.
But yeah.
If you find down here fucking coffin where you have to revive him, I'm done. I'm done with this guy.
We have to let our blood drop onto the vampire coffin.
Mm-hmm.
Sacrifice a virgin.
So, important question about this group. Who is a virgin? Why would you want to know that? Ah, well, reasons, you know.
I have to cross off. Like, look, out of my options, the only one I can assume is Soleil.
I mean, Kara has gone to a brothel.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Kara and Rhett just hung out the evening before.
Oh, right. I mean, Kara is also gay, so...
Look.
It's blood. Blood is blood, you know.
There are certain assumptions that are being made by Evelyn, so that's all. She's like, oh, okay. I mean,
She will
best
probably
bet-
be correct with her
best
assumptions.
bet's gotta be Soleil.
Pretty good chance it's true.
to secret virgin in the group.
Hey, Soleil, you wanna
all
come
it's
down
one.
here with me real quick?
Especially Soleil, who's like the
Right?
most like, fuck nah! I'm good, I'm here, I'm good!
I could really use your hand real quick. There's arrow that has to be shot down here. Really far away. Super far away. You're just in and out real fast.
The problem is that if she actually wanted him to come down there, she probably would be able to convince him at some point, but
Right?
would take some work.
I'm gonna refill my water real quick.
Who's being convinced?
So, She is about to sacrifice some virgin's blood down here to
what?
revive the vampire from the coffin, and she figured out that probably the only virgin of the group is Soleil, so she's trying to lure him down there
Oh dear.
to sacrifice his blood to the coffin she's inevitably gonna find.
Yeah, don't worry, we have this all figured out.
I see.
I'm so happy there were newspapers when I asked for newspapers. Those wise. Corruption at the Polythreme Courier, though. Ugh.
Who could have guessed?
I am back.
Welcome back.
I should thank Rhett for the lovely accompaniment to investigating the room. And I'm sure echoed down.
Listen,
It was great. It was super chill.
Vidar specifically requested that song.
Hey, it was a good idea.
You never know.
It still could come in handy.
Unless Vidar is the bad guy, we shouldn't revive him.
I don't know what you're talking about. That could never be an option.
I know, right?
Look, at this point in time, Evelyn would rather just die. She's got too much riding on the fact that Vidar isn't the bad guy. It's just gonna be too much work otherwise.
Oh
Don't worry, beggar. It's fine.
Okay.
I think we're all riding on that he's our bad guy.
Right? Look, I just need to have somewhat aligned goals that we're helping each other out. That's all I need. I don't good, bad, that's all perspective.
Well, it appears that nobody is following.
Kara's just looking at Chalet like, shouldn't we follow?
I mean, once I get done playing, it's a few minutes. It was a long song. I'll go over that.
Okay, yeah, above you, Evelyn, you hear the sound of the piano. Somewhat muffled all the way down here. But you remember the melody.
Maybe we should follow, but she told us not to. I mean, we almost died there, just at the entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is everything alright down there, ma'am?
This room seems safe enough.
Looking at this-
Any coffins yet?
No coffins.
Does this door look like it was blasted outward, beggar?
There are blast marks on the door. The lock presumably was broken from the blast and then forcefully just ripped open. You see
Can I
that
tell-
the hinges are almost bent from the force as it was pulled inwards.
It was pulled inwards, not pushed
There are
And-
scorch marks on
On the other side.
your
Okay.
side of the door, if the door was closed.
Should we come down?
Please say no, please say no, please say no.
Well, only if you're feeling up to it. I think something large came in before us.
No.
In the meantime, I'm gonna go check this door over here and carefully look it over to see if it's locked. Not opening it, but see if it's a locked door. Seeing if it looks like there's any sort of traps. Kind of checking it over.
The door does not appear to be locked.
I would like to check
Or
it for traps.
traps, I mean. I want to say trap. There are no strings, no irregularities along the frame.
I'm gonna cast Arcane Ablation on myself.
Okay.
I pull out my broom and let the other two.
At 3rd level.
I'm gonna go down. I think that one of you could probably hop on and we could just slowly go down.
I'll take that off of it.
I'm gonna be the rear guard up here. Make sure no one follows you.
And it's reasonable.
Coward.
Did she say that out loud, Kara?
She whispered it as she flies away on Friend's broom.
Oh, all right. Watch that door. I'm just gonna see if there's anything behind this door.
Alright.
Cautious.
Going to try and open the door.
You open the door and it is not locked. Beyond, however, you see another door. It's almost this thin hallway in between. This thin space between two doors.
Can I investigate that space before really going in? Or trying to, like, carefully look? Like, does this look like you go into the door, you get squished between two doors, kind of a horrible death trap?
As you examine the brick work in this small space, simply seems like extra security from two doors. The bricks themselves are solid and don't seem like they are part of anything moving.
Then I will push forward and carefully investigate the second door for traps and locks.
This door is similar. You find no irregularities, no wires, no mechanisms attached, at least from this side.
I will go ahead and open the door if it's not unlocked, or if it's not locked.
It appears to be locked.
It is locked.
Yes.
I will try and unlock it.
Give me a start of hand.
Wow. That's a 15.
The door, surprisingly, even though there is this extra layer of security of two doors, doesn't seem to be a complicated lock. After a couple of moments of feeling out the lock, finding the pins, you set all of them, and with a click, the door swings open. Beyond, you see another dark space. On the ground seem to be pieces of armor. At the end of it, you see what appears to be a fireplace, a large anvil, a round tub, and a crate in the corner. To your right, you see another door.
Just because we've dealt with illusions upstairs, I would just like to try and give everything a hard look over to make sure anything I'm seeing, if I can see any inconsistencies or flaws in anything.
Give me an investigation roll.
That's gonna be a 19.
Okay. You sort of fall back to pure logic, thinking how you came here, each step that you took into this room, and whether or not anything, looking back, seems off, or if there's any holes in your memory. But you find nothing. It all seems like it appears to be real.
Glance back over my shoulder.
Well, it looks like there's another way, Dad. Through this door, there's another set of doors. Not sure if it's a good idea to take the path of least resistance, moving through the door over there, where something else has already been before, or hopefully a path where there isn't destruction at every turn.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. All the defenses are probably activated, that way.
Right. Just make sure to stay behind me
Alright.
as I move forward.
Is the Fayfly with the light following you?
Yeah, I'll probably have it follow me.
Okay. Does anyone not have dark vision?
I have dark vision, but I'll probably have it follow behind me a bit, just so I'm not like, oh, there's a
Yeah.
bright light, but like behind me it's slow, probably 20 feet or so, 20, 25 feet-ish behind me, it'll kind of float and follow along. I think that's within its range. Yeah.
I think we all have dark vision.
Yeah, I think so.
Are you alright down there?
Yeah, we're just investigating rooms. I'm not sure where they go yet. Ma'am, are you sure we can go this way for the compass? Shouldn't we maybe check the teleportation upstairs?
I'll look at my hand again.
It seems to point forward, though slightly at an angle.
I think this is the right way still.
Alright.
It's a dungeon that Beggar prepared for us. It has to be correct.
I will carefully examine the door in front of me.
Or it's a red herring.
It could be.
Yeah.
be.
The door looks similar to the others.
I'll look it over for traps.
Give me another
And-
investigation.
That's a natural 20.
Yeah.
28.
You're pretty certain with how the others looked. There are no irregularities with this one either. It's most likely not trapped.
And I will try and open the door. I'm assuming it's locked.
It is locked.
I will attempt to unlock the door.
Give me another sleight of hand.
It would be a 22.
The door unlocks. Beyond, you see again a second door.
I'm gonna rinse and repeat, check it for traps, and then unlock it if it needs to be unlocked.
With your practice almost with unlocking these doors, the door swings open almost immediately after you start. And beyond, you see a larger hall. The whirring grows louder in this space, shriller, like the buzz of a giant insect. At the edge of the light behind you, strewn about the darkness, lie pieces of armor motionless on the ground. The whirring emanates from up ahead, through the open door, across the walkway.
Did the pieces of armor, do those look like some, like actual armor, or like an animated armor, or like a construct, or could I kind of take a moment to study the armor and try and piece, like, they're kind of strewn everywhere.
Yes.
More like they've fallen
Give
versus
me
like
both an Arcana as well as an Investigation roll. You find yourself here on this sort of metal walkway. Past the railing at its edges is this abyss going down. There's just this hole in darkness. In front of you, you see two large tanks rising almost towards the ceiling, made of brass.
I rolled 215, so they're both 23. For both the Arcana and the Investigation.
As you search the pieces of armor for magic, you notice that they still radiate magical energy. They clearly must have been animated at some point, but the energy has largely decayed. These animated armors were destroyed about more than 2 or 3 days ago. Your investigation also reveals scorch marks and crude deep scratches at the edges. And at some of the edges, the armor pieces seem almost molten and spent.
Eight, glance back at Brett. So, something's fault. All of these, defenses that were here, I would assume that's what they're for. And we're dealing with something that can do some pretty hefty fire damage of sorts. We're heating the metal or melting it. Something along those lines. There's lots of scorch marks everywhere, so something probably thrown around. I don't know if it's something along closer to like what the cleansers are doing, or something along the lines of someone who can use magic and wield it, and they're using fire magic of sorts.
I suppose there'll be one way to find out if we run into them.
Either doorway seems to be fine. I'll cut across.
I'm gonna ask the lady to come down. Be unfortunate to come across one of these is still active, or whatever could destroy them. Hey, Soleil.
Yeah?
It looks like there was a pretty big battle down here with like animated armor things.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a good idea for everybody to be down here just in case they, reactivate or something weird.
Alright. I guess.
Peering over the railing, A sea of piping stretches down into the dark, vanishing in the distance. To the left, or yeah, it's right in front of you. The piping is connected to these large brass tanks, and at the edges of the open space, much of the piping enters into the stoneworks.
At a quick glance, would I be able to understand what these are?
Well,
Or
they are clearly tanks that contain some sort of liquid or gas that is flowing through these pipes, but unless you open them, there's no real way to know what's inside.
fine. Move over. And it looked like there's a pipe that comes up and goes that way, is that correct?
Yes. The only pipe that actually runs over the walkway.
And can I see where it's heading to? Ah,
You see more machinery, more tanks, something that almost looks like a pump.
right. It's back and then carefully looking for any traps as pressing forward, move along.
Well, once we're all down here, I forgot about aid, but it seems like we might actually be getting into something, so I'll cast aid on the 3 of you for 15 hit points. Add it to your max now, or healed.
15.
15.
Nice. I also used my second wind to heal myself for 11.
Just gonna heal myself.
In front of you, the door hangs wide open. Its lock, again, is a scorched black hole. In the darkness beyond hangs a second, larger and much heavier vault gate, wide ajar. The dark hall beyond is filled with, just at the edge of your vision, large metal and glass tanks, reaching all the way to the ceiling. Tubes and pressure gauges adorn the cylinder sides. The massive piping you can see outside here seems to lead there into the dark, into the tanks. But at the bottom of the tanks, the lids are bent open.
Glancing at the compass in my hand.
What
Still
is this
stands
place?
ahead.
Do you think that's blood in those pipes? I mean, he is a vampire.
Thinking it's more
That
likely.
would be like huge amounts of blood.
I'm thinking it's more likely the construction of the either Warforged or the patrol in the lower district right now.
Well,
If I
we
had
didn't
to
we
make
didn't
an
know that
assumption- I
he
could be
had
wrong.
anything to do with that.
I didn't think he did. Well, he could have had connections with the Warforged, but this is just assumptions I'm making right now. Nothing solid. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to have the Firefly turn its light out and then fly back to me. And then I'll
As the
pocket
light
it.
goes out, you see a little bit more clearly littered around the immediate vicinity near those tanks. There are scorch marks that still glow with embers. The smell hits you as soon as you reach the gate. There's this thing of sulfur and acid, and also of fire and scorched soot.
Going to, as quietly as possible, move into the room.
Give me a stealth roll.
That would be a 22.
Okay. You move silently, as well as the whirring at seemingly the end of this hall is loud enough now that it masks most of your sound. You hear it quite loudly, this and occasionally in the darkness beyond you see sparks flying.
Going to carefully move over towards one of the tanks. And try and get an idea of what was in the tanks, what they could have been used for, anything.
The
like-
tanks at the bottom, the lids, the tank's lids are bent open. Despite their hinges, these lids were torn open. Their edges and those of the tubes are bent, at places even molten. The glass tanks themselves show signs of force. Cracks run throughout the glass, but none of them have shattered. Subsequent to their forced opening, the tank's contents have spilled onto the ground, a liquid stinking of this sulfur and acid, and at the center of the puddle lies a pile of black slush. Please roll me an investigation roll.
That's a investigation. 22 again.
The little pile at the center of the puddle is slowly dissolving in the liquid. There is a little dry part still atop the pile, slowly soaking with the liquid. It appears to be ash, a pile of ash. The whirring at this point has become the sound of grinding metal at this distance. It echoes throughout the hall, and the black compass in your hand seemingly vibrates with the noise.
Move around and continue to very quietly try and move forward.
I require a stealth check from all of you.
You want a second stealth check for me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ooh, nice. And 26.
What would you say about a 29? Natural 20.
Nice.
13.
Stealth, 16.
As Red moves through the doorway and to the left, as this slight ting as he steps onto the metal floor. Suddenly, all the noise comes to a halt.
Oh, come on.
You hear clinking, and in the dark at the end of the hallway, a number of circular lights appear. A sudden flash of light blinds you for a moment as the largest light shines a wide beam across the hall, which you now see in its entirety. And please roll me initiative.
Oh boy.
It's clones or something.
Mhm.
Clone.
A lot of Vidars.
Mm-hmm. Natural 20!
Nice! Oh, Kara.
Why
We
do
both
I
have a
always
16.
so terrible? No, that's the old
Oh.
initiative. I have 5.
Oof.
I don't know why, but I like it that Belga just rolled a natural 1 for whatever that roll was.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I am not happy about this. What is that? What is that? Is it 2 numbers or
That's the
28?
machine heart.
You can just disassemble them, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, after the fight you can salvage so hard for parts.
Yeah.
If you were still alive, that is.
okay. And I require everyone, please, to make a Constitution check.
Oh boy.
The DC is 12.
Just a check?
Yes. Well, it's a save.
Okay.
A safe, okay.
In that case, if you're within 10 feet.
Oh. That is a natural
Save.
20 plus 7 plus 3, so I have a 30.
22.
16.
11. Wait, no. 10. Ah. Are we level 10 or level 11?
10.
10.
10.
10, okay.
Okay. You are all also under the effect of Shoot into the Sun, which lasts for 10 rounds.
What is that?
Against the blinding light, all ranged attacks, including ranged spells that require an attack roll, are made with disadvantage.
Hmm.
Disadvantage. When?
Against this creature, the large one.
Okay. So only that one.
It is actively shining a giant light in your guys' face.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Okay, let's see, initiatives. Evelyn, you go first.
Right. How far is this? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Sorry. I am going to... try and... mixing up my different characters' abilities. I'm actually just gonna run. Maybe. I am going to try and move over here and hide as my action. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Give me a stealth check.
Womp womp. That's gonna be a 8 for 12. Trying not to burn my boots, and so it probably splashed. Oh, amazing. That is my turn.
You see the largest of the machines lumbering forward. You see, or you hear this sort of motor running. But as it does, it also rests, it stutters. You see, as it lifts its arms, the saws and drills at its hand seem to stall. They are caked and bent in the same acid that you see strewn on the ground. And both of the arms seem almost heavily corroded. And that is its turn, which means Soleil. Is that a 6 or a 9, by the way, Red?
6.
Okay.
Hmm. 10, 20, 30. I only have disadvantage on the big one, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna try and shoot an arrow on this repair bot here, or whatever it is. I just call it repair bot. Twice with my bow. Bad. That is a 17 and a 9, 17 and an 11 to hit.
A 17 and an 11.
Yeah.
The 17 hits.
Take this. 9 piercing damage. That's my turn for now.
Your arrow flits through the shaft of light and through the dark. And you're sure you hit because you hear this loud clink as your arrow lodges into the fragile gears of the smaller machine. And then the whirring starts back up again, the whirring that you'd heard before, and a small automaton that is almost entirely a giant saw blade suddenly charges forward. 10, 20, 30. With this, it charges across the ground, sparking across the metal where it rolls. And is that its maximum movement? Yeah, that is its maximum movement. The other follows, though not quite as fast. as it rolls, it almost wobbles and clinks every now and then. You can tell, just as it passes the source of light, that it's heavily bent, and the ring around it is damaged. And with that, it is Red's turn.
Alright. Just trying to count to see if I can get this away. Oh, yeah, I can easily, if I'm on my roots, I'll just do that. Room time?
Broom time, baby.
Cast greater invisibility.
Oh. Thank you, my friend.
And then I do my best to run away. Yeah, that's it. Oh. I'll yell at Akira. Alright, you got this. Smiting is good against these things. I'm just sure of it. Give you inspiration.
To get to them first.
And that's it.
Okay. Kara.
I'll move here. And then cast. Hmm. Eldritch Blasts into this big guy.
The big guy, you'd make the rolls at disadvantage.
Sure. But all rolls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alien.
Well, all ranged rolls.
Or ranged attacks because of the light.
Oh, right. Okay, in that case, I guess I will shoot it at the closest one.
Okay.
So
Oof.
that one and 12.
Oof.
I guess I can add inspiration to the 12.
You could.
Mm-hmm.
D8.
I think it's a D10 now.
Oh, is it?
I mean,
Take
just
the
take the 8.
In that case, it would be 20 off on it.
The 20 hits.
Blast it.
For 12 force damage.
One of your Eldritch Blasts flies wide, for a moment vanishing in the light shaft, before you see it pierce out again and strike one of the tanks, adding another crack. Your second blast, however, hits it during its charge, and even as it whirls across the ground, it wobbles suddenly as you hit its side.
That's my turn.
With the Eldritch Blast, do you have like 2 attacks, or is it like 1 attack and you have 2 blasts that shoot forward?
I attack twice.
It's two
Because if it's 2
Yeah.
separate attacks, it says the Eldritch Blast creates more than 1 beam when so it shoots 2 beams per attack.
No, it shoots 2 beams.
Yeah, it just. But you roll both beams like separately.
Yep.
Basically.
Because it's a cantrip, it doesn't count as the attack spell, which gives you 2
Okay.
attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just confused by the wording of the spell
Yeah.
because it just says make a ranged spell attack, and the spell creates more than 1 beam. Sounds like it's 1 attack roll and both hit when you roll or both miss, but it just sounds weird. Okay, I'm fine.
Both of the smaller automata way back skitter across the floor. You hear that as they do. Their lenses light up in your direction and seem to be charging with light. You see this small just hiss beaming out from their backs. And that is their turn. Evelyn.
Um. I cannot. These look like construct. Is that correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And heat metal doesn't work on constructs, correct? Because they're creatures versus objects. I think.
I believe so.
Okay. Because I have to choose a metal object.
Yeah, only targets objects.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I will. Go ahead and I guess shoot a firebolt at the one right here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is gonna be that's a 13 to hit.
That does not hit.
Alright, how tall up are these things?
They go from here up to the ceiling, so about 10 feet at least. A little bit of space is above them before the ceiling.
I'm just gonna try and squeeze as far back against the wall as I can for the moment.
Okay.
That is my turn.
And that is the big one's turn. He just moves forward. Soleil.
Gonna go here. Gonna start slashing and smashing at the little one.
The little one?
Yeah, the little one.
Oh.
Oh, there's a natural 1. That's probably... I mean, that's an 11. I don't think that's gonna hit, but...
Does not hit.
And there's a 15 and a 24 to hit.
The 24 does hit. The 15 also hits.
Okay. That is 27 damage.
He doesn't get disadvantage.
He's attacking the small one.
Yeah, but he's invisible. Does he get advantage?
Oh, yeah, good question. I'm invisible.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, I guess
But
I'm
it doesn't
gonna...
matter for... Only matters for the one that missed, right? Because it's the silver eagle weapons.
Yeah, that's true. So I'm gonna roll. The one that missed is a 17 now.
Okay, so it also hits.
Okay, then adding to those 27, 15 additional damage. So 42 in total.
Just as you rush past it, in its charge across the ground, you see its legs sort of go up and slam into the ground, launching it in the sky. And as you slice off a couple of legs just as it begins soaring through the air and launches straight towards Kara, attacking with its serrated blade. Two attacks with this.
Do I get a opportunity attack?
You do.
I'm just gonna do that.
That is a 25 to hit and an 11.
15 did hit, right?
Yes.
25 hits.
Okay. Takes 9 damage from the opportunity attack.
And you take 13 slashing damage as it starts driving past your legs, cutting as it goes. The other one rolls up to you, Soleil, with its sort of hobbled roll. And using its legs to lift off the ground, it also attacks you twice with its serrated blade.
It can't see me.
Oh, right. You're invisible. Whoops. My
I
bad.
mean, they could have had true sight or something.
No,
No.
this one doesn't. It just remains there and doesn't have much more movement. And that is their turn. So, Rats.
Question, these tanks, do they still look full of stuff, or do they all look like pretty well punctured already?
They all look emptied. On each one of them you see this bent open lid. The liquid and the slush.
Alright, well, in that case, I think I'll fill the room with you. I'll cast Conjure Volley, which is a 40-foot radius. And I can hit all these 4 back here. It is a dexterity save.
Dexterity. +4, -1, +2. Which ones can you get? Oh, these ones. Okay.
All but the one near Kara.
Roll the big one first. He's got a -1. Does this count as a magical attack?
It is a spell, but the damage is non-magical piercing.
Advantage on saving throws. So,
Because it's...
I think if you cast a spell, it's always magical damage.
I would think so.
okay. Well, the big
No,
one
the damage is
failed.
specifically not magical.
The 2 back ones. Let's see. 18 plus 3, 21. And that one fails. And the two saw blade, the one of the saw blades, and that's +4, so 24. So the big one and one of the small ones fail.
Okay, so the ones that fail take 33 piercing damage, and the ones that pass take, what is that, 16?
Yes. No, 33 is 17.
17.
Rounded in favor of players.
The spell just duplicates the blood into like thousands. Because there's just a rain of lead in that area of the room. That's why I asked about the tanks.
You see the small construct in the back immediately just break apart under this hail of bullets. The golem up in front, however, even as it gets peppered by this rain of bullets, sparks up wherever a bullet hits, and there's this almost drum clanking sound as they all hit and don't seem to do any damage at all.
Oh.
Is that your turn?
Yeah, I'm good.
Kara.
I will attack the one in front of me with my sword. Roll, that's not one. I will attack again.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Kill the die.
Is a 12.
Put it into dice jail.
Health misses. As it flits around your legs, you just can't seem to hit it. You strike at it and already it's in another position. It's incredibly fast.
Cool. Yep, that's my turn.
And then this little one is going to unleash a spell. This is a 6. So it's actually already on one side. 20.
That looks right.
So it'll be 10, 20, 30. Can hit both Kara and Red. I don't know if it hits both. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Kara, Red. Both of you please give me a Constitution saving throw.
You get a +3 on it.
Thank you.
That's a 23.
22 for me.
Okay, that means both of you take only 15 radiant damage. As a bright stream of just pure sunlight pierces through the room.
Soleil is still invisible.
There's this hiss again from the small creature. And the light from its lens begins to fade. Evelyn.
I'm going to glance out, pull out my stopwatch, turn its knob backwards, and it's going to just kind of spark with a little bit of arcane magic as I cast Slow, affecting this one, and this one. They need a wisdom save. DC is 16.
Check. Just double checking immutable form.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which three was it?
The big one, the one back here, and the one right here.
So the small one definitely fails. The big one definitely succeeds. And the saw blade also failed.
Cool. So then the two, not the big one, but the other two are slowed.
Okay. So they can either move or attack.
Yeah, they have a -2 penalty to their AC and dexterity saving throws. They can't use reactions. They can only either use an action or a bonus action. They cannot do both. Their speed is halved. They, regardless of any abilities, they can't make more than one melee or ranged attack during its turn. And if they attempt to cast a spell, they have to roll a d20. If it's 20. Oh, I have to roll a d20. On an 11 or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until the next turn. You do get to make a wisdom saving throw at the end of the turn, though.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, second turn.
That is my turn as I go back and hug against the tank again as much as possible.
It moves past you, Soleil, opening up for an opportunity attack.
I already used mine. And hasn't been my turn since then, so my reaction is already gone.
Now, which one of these is going to do? The golem uprights itself a little bit more, and then you hear this distorted, almost as you hear this primal machine-like blurt. And I need everyone within 30 feet of the golem, please, to make a successful DC 17 wisdom save.
Is this a spell or just a loud noise type of thing.
This is not a spell, but a magical effect.
Gotcha.
I have advantage.
Oh, sorry.
And
gets plus 3 again.
Kara, you actually also get advantage.
Fail.
I failed you.
And Red, you get a plus 3.
It didn't.
I
either.
succeed.
22.
Okay, everyone who failed, you are frightened.
For how long?
It doesn't say.
Okay.
You get to make saves? Or repeat saves, probably?
That's, I think, on the condition frightened automatically.
Okay.
Check.
So I have to move away from it,
No,
or I
actually,
can.
no, you are just frightened of it
Right.
Okay.
permanently until it's dead.
So
Yeah.
I have disadvantage. Can I actually attack it? Can I move towards it?
You cannot move towards it,
Okay.
not willingly.
And I have disadvantage when attacking it.
Yes. But
Cool.
you also have disadvantage from the light, so you only have one disadvantage. It doesn't stack.
Cool, I guess.
You don't have to have double disadvantage. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Isn't it disadvantage on anything that you're attacking as long as the source of fear is in your sight?
Yeah.
Yes, in your line of sight. But if you were to turn around,
Yeah.
it's not in your line of sight.
Because I would totally feel better if it's like right behind me.
Right.
Mm. I can't see where it went.
I don't see it. It doesn't exist.
And that
Yeah.
is its turn. So, Soleil, it is your turn.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna try and get the small thing damaged as much as I can for now.
Roll with advantage.
With what?
Advantage?
Advantage.
Advantage, okay. Oh, since I'm invisible, I kinda cancel out. So the lowest is a 18 here. And I don't think it matters if I roll again.
Yeah, so all of those hit.
Yeah. The natural 20 doesn't do anything. Okay.
Sad face.
That's fine. I have the chance to get kind of a crit. That is not a crit. So it is 20 plus 18, 38.
Your whip slams against the already damaged wheel, bending it a little bit further and sending the little sharpened wheel wobbling as it attempts to drive past you. Is that your turn?
Yes. For the
Then it
first time I actually
continues
realized you
wobbling past
edited
you.
that picture. They actually look different. You are
Yes,
so great.
The wheel is actually bent,
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. It's so good.
and you get an opportunity attack if you like.
Sure, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, that is just the 13. I don't know if I have advantage on the opportunity attacks too, I guess.
I think so. That's worse.
Yeah. Still just 13.
It almost appeared as if the wobble actually helped it escape your
Mhm.
last attack. As it sort of, serpentines past you, your strike just hits the ground.
That -2 to AC didn't help, did it?
Oh yeah, it has -2 AC.
Wait, what was it, a 12 or 13?
A
13.
13.
Yeah, no, that actually does it.
Nice.
I forgot about the AC.
That is 12.
And as you strike the wheel, it spins out, sort of sliding on the ground, And as it comes to rest, the wheel has stopped spinning.
Good.
Okay, and that is their turn. So, Red.
Alright, well, this has been good. Here's some healing, Kara.
Thank you.
For a whopping 7 healing. And, I just remembered I had some...
Oh,
Bye
no.
bye!
We can't move forward either.
I'm out of sight at this point.
You forgot to turn off the oven.
I forgot Aelith need me to buy fruit.
Wouldn't want that fruit to get bruised.
Fruit. I think that's better. That was a terrible kill.
Kara.
Let's see if I can hit this time. That's 25.
That'll hit.
That is. 7 damage.
Seven.
I think it's a second attack in first. Which is a 23.
That hits.
I'll do a first level smite. That is 7, so 23. Yeah,
23.
so 30 total.
As it whirls around your legs, trying to cut away at your legs, trying to hobble you, at some point you just slam your blade down onto the ground and it drives right into it, sending it spinning. Immediately you follow up with your smite and you shatter the machine to pieces.
Okay.
I will.
Oh god.
What have you done, Beggar?
Nothing. Is that your
Prob-
turn?
Probably the wheelie things explode now, and Kara just moved into their range.
No. I mean, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your turn, Carol?
Yes.
Is that half of its movement?
Yes.
Okay.
It's already slow. It's your turn, Evelyn.
Okay. Yes, I'm just going to Sorry. I'm just gonna try and shoot the big thing with a firebolt. Maybe. Yeah, firebolt, which is disadvantage, right? Because we're still within the 10 turns.
Yes.
That's only gonna be a 14 to hit.
That does not hit.
Alright. So I've done that and then back, and I'm just again trying to press up into that corner as much as possible to stay out of line of sight as I can. No, out of line of sight.
You see the light of its eye suddenly close for a moment. And the effect shoot into the sun ends. And then out of every crevice as its eye reopens, this flash of blinding light reflecting off of the walls, off of everywhere, attempts to completely blind you. Please make a DC 17 con saving throw or be permanently blinded.
Who, everyone?
All creatures, including those that save successfully, are stunned until the end of their turn.
Quick, just before I roll it, did that one get to roll a save at the end of its turn to see if it
has
DC is 16 again.
It failed.
Okay. I don't think I get advantage on this one. That's okay.
So it does do it for everyone around it?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a con save, or what was it?
Constitution 17 saving throw.
Okay.
Oh gosh, I have a 17. Okay.
I failed by very much.
I hate my life, I have a 16.
No,
Both Kara and Soleil are blind. The flash, you feel it almost burning your retinas.
That's fine, it's only giving me more disadvantage. That is fine. It's totally fine.
And that's its turn.
You said I'm stunned, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All three of you are stunned. So...
I mean,
let's...
I didn't have to look at it at that moment, right? Because...
Nope.
Okay.
The light's just everywhere. Within 30 feet.
Is the light still going over there? When I step,
You saw this almost like a, like a flashbang, just
Okay.
light flash behind you.
And then I step out and I see like Kara just like swaying. I don't know if
The-
it's Evelyn relay.
Construct at this point only emits a dim light. But you see all three of them holding their heads, covering their eyes. And the entire space around it almost seems like there's like slight vapors coming off of every surface.
Oh, that's scary, I think. No more light. I cast Dark Pest in this area.
Okay.
I don't know why the pen is so big, but
You can adjust it with plus and minus.
It's a sphere, right?
I think it's a blue. Is it a sphere?
it's a cube.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, it's spheres. Yeah, it is sphere. I mean,
If you want, you
Or
can use
sphere,
my sphere to get the shape.
it should. I mean, it should cover everybody.
Mhm.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, now you gotta get brave, Red. You gotta get brave, okay? It's not there anymore. You were just gonna press in. And get there. Because I can't see it. I'm brave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes.
It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. It's not
It's
there.
not there, man.
Not there. Not there. I can't see it. It's not there.
What's that noise? No, it's not there.
Is that your turn?
Okay, let's put in.
Okay. You see this small automaton turn towards you. Its lens charges with light again.
Okay.
And this one is going to go right here. And without being able to actually spin its saw hands, it is going to just slam them into you, Kara. That is a plus 10. 26 and a 15 to hit.
Does it have disadvantage because darkness?
It has advantage again though because of
Yes.
blinded.
That's why it's rolling straight.
Ah, I see.
At 25 or whatever hits. 15 missed this.
So slam, that is... You take 19 points of bludgeoning damage. And that's its turn, which means we go back to red.
I would like to take some rapier attack.
Okay.
Oh, I would not like to take rapier attacks.
You miss.
Yep. The highest was a 9.
Yeah, that unfortunately misses. However, it does stop charging its lines. Instead, it attacks you with 2 poison needle shuttles.
No!
It can only do one attack unless
Oh,
it...
right. Well, it's got multi-attack, but it's still only 1 attack, right?
Right. Regardless of the creature's abilities or magic items, it can't make more than one melee or ranged attack during its turn.
Oh shit.
Whoa! Jeez.
I don't know what just happened.
I just saw like a shadow.
Yeah, that was the counter.
Oh,
I think it was Red.
counter was this?
Red.
I'm sorry.
Did you flick it?
I'll be guy,
Of
yeah.
these did I? Well, either way, whichever one I rolled, it's a fail. With its like slow movement, it pierces this poisoned needle towards you, but it just misses as you step aside. And that's all it can do. Being slowed. It's gonna make another
can-
save,
Yeah, 16.
and that still fails. Evelyn,
I
It's your
believe
turn.
I'm stunned.
no, we already
No?
went through
Oh,
the
okay.
entirety of that round.
Because it went after me, so... I haven't
I
had a
went twice.
turn that I
Right.
skipped.
Yes, true.
So I think
You
I'm
are
still
stunned.
stunned.
So it is its turn,
Yeah.
and it's gonna. No, I think no. We already passed your turn. I think
Did we? Okay.
because
that-
it was
that-
it did the
Mhm.
thing.
Then it
then
attacked
passed
Kara.
These two red.
Oh, you're right.
two
Yep.
passed,
Yeah.
and it attacked.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. I can't see it. I'm going to try and toss my grappling hook up to the top of this canister to grapple upwards
Okay.
and pull myself up. And I'm assuming I still can't see it.
It is enshrouded in darkness right now. You could make an educated guess that it's not near the edges, since it's a dome and it was quite tall. It has to be somewhere close to the middle.
Stupid. I'm gonna try and throw my grappling hook at it as I attack it with my shocking grasp. So I have to
Okay.
try and hit its AC, but I think it's a disadvantage
Yes.
since I can't see it. That's only gonna be a. This. 15 to hit.
That does not hit.
So it just misses it, and I stay up here. As that is my turn as it reels back in. So it didn't grasp onto anything.
It is going to just attack again. That is a 17 and a 26.
26 hits.
That is 25 bludgeoning damage.
Excuse me. Okay.
And Soleil, it's your turn. There's one good news, which is you are blinded. However, you also can't see it anymore.
Yeah.
You're technically still frightened, but you're
But I-
just kind of afraid of general, it could be everywhere at this point.
Yeah.
And you're invisible.
I try to use my ears and listen what's going on around me to see if I can kind of get the general direction where the opponents
you
are.
very loudly to hear the clanking of it slamming
no.
against the armor of Kara.
Did invisibility drop?
Yes.
Yeah, because darkness.
Darkness.
He doesn't know he's not invisible because he
True.
can't-
I don't know, yeah. Also, I'm in darkness, so I am kind of invisible still. So I'm gonna move towards the biggest ruckus and just start hammering, I guess.
Yeah.
With disadvantage.
I believe since it is also blinded because of darkness, it's just straight up.
No, yeah, straight up hit. 18, non-net 20 and 25.
Non-net 20 and 25 hit.
Let's see if it does any damage. That would be 25.
You feel your whip connect as you strike something metal.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Saw blades are dead. So it is immediately Red's turn.
It's not my turn?
He's before you.
Oh, right, yes. After Red, not
Oh,
after Shelley.
yes, a lovely 8 and a 20 something.
The 20 something hits.
Ooh.
Combo. So that's 12, and I get to reroll these, right?
Silver Eagle, go, go!
If it's a silver eagle, then yes.
It is. Well, it's actually 14.
Ah.
6, so 20.
Flat damage.
That's a good one.
Your strike pierces right through its middle, and you hear some of the intricate clockwork just grind to a halt and stall. It still moves a little bit though. It doesn't seem completely finished just yet.
Alright, I'm gonna call out. I can't see anybody, but if you need healing, back out of the darkness.
What darkness? Oh, is that why they can't see?
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
That's why they can't see.
Oh, did you do that?
Did you blind us?
Yes, technically.
Yes. What
Kara.
else? No, You look kind
So
of
I hit the thing twice. $28 and 23.
Both of those hit.
2 second level smites. So 6,
Do
so
it,
8
do
d8.
it.
Oh, there are my things. That is plus 14, so 56 damage.
Nice.
Almost like lightning in a dark cloud. You see this little bit of a flash through the darkness. Evelyn, red. As you hear this shattering strike, and you can definitely hear, Kara, that the golem takes a step backwards in a stagger as you hit connect. Both of your hits. And then the small one is trying to poke you again.
no.
Poison needle. Here we go. Yeah. And well, that's a 14.
Nah.
It misses again.
Nah, boy.
It repeats its save.
16.
Fails.
Wow.
And it's your turn, Evelyn.
I'm gonna try and shoot a firebolt at where I'm assuming this thing is. Still at disadvantage. Oh, by natural 20, but I think that should still hit. As
Above
that's
20, it hits.
no, well, yes, it is above 20. 16
AC is
plus
20.
8. Yes, I do hit. That's gonna be 15 fire damage.
Okay.
And yeah, then I'm just gonna hunker down again on the top of this. Kind of crouch down.
Gonna turn around and strike once at Soleil, once at Kara. Just sort of spinning in place. The sputtering engines of its chain blades still stalling. And that is a 21 on Soleil and a 13 on Kara.
That's a melee attack, right?
Yes.
Reaction. Defensive duelist. Raise my AC to 22.
Okay. So, Even though you can't see, as you hear this sort of sputtering of the blade come close to you, you dodge. Just underneath, as you feel the pressure of it moving past over you.
This was part of
Both
my
of you
training
evade the
anyway.
blows, which means it is immediately your turn, Slay.
I'm gonna go action search. Just attack.
It is time.
18, 19, and the rest is above 20.
AC is 20.
Okay, so 3 hits. No doubles, so that is exactly 40 damage.
Yeah. Okay. As your strike hits, you hear more stalling. The entirety of the construct seems to be sort of grinding its gears now. Anything else?
No.
Red?
Just die already. I shot you. I stabbed you now. It's a 6, so 14 is the highest. Oh, it's a +7. Sorry, 15.
15 hits?
Ooh. For a whopping 8 damage.
And as you strike it again, it begins crumbling apart.
Rah. The golems
Kara.
are you.
Just strike the one in front of me again. Twice. Ah. 20 and a 12.
20 hits.
Another second level smite. That is 28
Oof,
damage.
28.
Good damage. Ah.
The grinding has now become the sort of almost crunching of gears as you hit something vital. And there's this creaking that echoes throughout the golem as it still moves.
I will use my bonus action to heal myself.
And Evelyn, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna try another firebolt. 16, so no. And that's my turn.
So, another strike against each. So 13 against Kara and an 18 against Soleil.
18 is my armor class. I'm just gonna use my reaction again to raise it to 22.
And both of you dodge the attack again. Soleil.
Yeah, just the normal attacks. Two hit, one misses. Oh, there's one double. 29 damage.
Well,
Plus
you do
plus
more
a
than
5,
once,
so that is 34 in total.
As you strike, the crunch suddenly stops as your blade sort of cuts in between the gears and pushes something out of place. And then there's silence. And you wait as you pull out your blade.
I
Or
dropped
your,
it.
as you, I guess, recoil your whip to hit again. And there is still no sound. You are out of initiative.
Are there any left?
Still can't see.
Well,
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
What do you mean you can't see?
I'm blind.
I dropped the darkness.
Are we still blind, beggar?
Oh yeah, you are permanently blinded.
Okay, permanently. Okay. Yeah, my
Lower myself down.
my eye, my eyes.
There was
Look.
this really bright flash, and I think it feels like my eyes are just burnt out.
Yeah. Do they look like to the others like completely white or something when they look at it?
They're sort of hazed over. You
What?
hear
Can you
this
help them?
sudden creak as the machine standing in between them begins to buckle under its own weight and just crashes into a pile onto the floor.
I don't think so. I don't. I kind of used up a lot in the fight.
Right. Then we'll have to see if we can get them to some healers or something.
There's a sudden sharp sting in your right hand, Evelyn, and you flinch. Your veins suddenly feel like they're on fire, running through your arm, through your body, and into your leg. From the ground at your feet, a black shadow spreads, running along the cracks of the metal-plated floor to the bulkhead set into the floor up ahead. A loud crash makes you recoil from the domed lid. Something heavy is forcing it open from the inside. The tank's lid begins to buckle under the force of the impact. Each slam deforms the metal, forcing the lid open further, bending at the lock and hinges.
Is something coming out of one of the tanks?
Then, an impact sends the lid flying as the hinges rip and break. A large, ghostly hand grabs hold of the tank's edge, long fingers ending in clawed nails. The creature's arms follow, larger than a regular human's and more brutish. Pale muscles covered in veins bulge under translucent skin. As the arm tenses and a faded shape lifts from the tube, the smell of sulfur and acid fills the air again, and a pale, deathly visage, distorted under a glassy mane of clear hair, rises from the edge. The other arm grabs hold, and the ghostly humanoid creature lifts itself fully from its cage. Its appearance is ghastly, a human whose flesh has seemingly turned into cloudy glass behind the clear, translucent skin. That now, exposed to the air, slowly turns a sickly pale white. The humanoid is naked, dripping in the same liquid you'd seen from the tanks. Its reddish eyes stare at you through wet matted hair. The rest of its face is a grim expression devoid of any sort of emotion. Not that it would be discernible, with its ghostly skin stretched across a bleached skull. After a momentary hesitation, the humanoid moves, shambling at first, leaning onto the wall, until it reaches the bulkhead of another door to the left.
I think it's ajar.
I really hope so.
Its arm recoils and slams into the metal door. Bang! Again. Bang! Beating into the door until a large hole bends inwards into the darkness beyond, and it steps through.
He looks like a ghost person, though.
Let's maybe help Celine and Cara back a bit.
You know, maybe we should come back tomorrow. I'm just a vampire that's hungry that just woke up.
If I glance at my hand, is the compass still there?
It's gone. The remains of the door that was just beaten in creak inward as the lock disengages. All of a sudden, with a flicker, lights turn on.
Oh,
Now clad in black and gold armor, the creature seems even bulkier than before. Its hair is no longer transparent, contrasting the pale skin with its deep black. The vampire moves with a grace completely opposite of its shambling previous form, and finally turns to address you.
Vidar turned to sexy Vidar.
What remains? Evelyn. First, the question. Has the warrior been destroyed?
yes.
We wouldn't be here otherwise.
The armored figure almost breathes a sigh of relief, though you're somewhat sure that breathing isn't actually something he does. Then, second, a thanks. He bows deep, the black cloak billowing around him. And third, an apology. Evelyn, I'm sure a woman of your wit figured it out quickly and adjusted. However, it was never my intention to bring you closer to harm. My closeness to passing was instrumental in a way. But first, I would hear your side. What has happened after my departure? How long has it been?
It's been
How many was it originally? It was 18, 16? How many little spikes were there?
There was at the beginning 16.
So it's been 6 days, right? About, does that
It
sound
would
right?
be the
We're
seven-
on the 7th day. Right?
It would be the 7th.
7 days. It's been 7 days.
Were there any problem getting out of Antog?
Other than the fact that they seem relatively quick to shut things down, they are in a bit of a panic due to the death
Because of the warrior?
Yes, seems like the
It's the Duke, right? Or the...
The Baron.
The Baron.
The Baron's locked himself up. Isn't really talking to anyone last we spoke with our contacts back there. But they just have been, I think, due to the potential nearness of a war, they were just not really letting people out of the city without due cause. Most transportation has kind of come to a close. So a bit of gold.
We got out the same night.
Did you arouse any suspicions?
No, there's, as far as we understand, there's nothing tying us to the warrior.
Good. It seems much has gone in your favor. I cannot say the same. Vidar looks around him. From the look of things, I have more enemies than I realized. They must have started this soon after we left the city. They are well informed. Not having to mention the contents of this vault were not most secret. Yet they came armed with sunlight. A grimace of disgust flashes across Vidar's face as he bends down to examine one of the smaller automata. My defenses should have held them back much longer than a week. But another day or two, and they would have burst open the last tank as well. All of my viable clones are lost. A decade of work. Worst of all, this vessel that is left to me is yet inferior to the rest. It has not aged to the right stage. I fear I may not be able to make more clones anytime soon. Not that it would matter. The thing I have learned in my almost passing, I need to share with you. Death may be more dangerous right now than any time during the past age. The closing of the garden is not our only problem. When I died, passing from the material realm, knowing the garden is closed, I waited for the pull of the elemental chaos. A powerful soul can withstand it for a while, gliding towards it instead of falling. But more so, I was waiting for the stronger pull of my readied clones to rebirth, return, and lend you aid. But there was something entirely different. A pull so strong I felt against it like a mewling babe at the foot of a terrace. A pull so strong I have not felt since the day I had a dark patron vying for my soul. I could not tell from whence this pull originated, but it does not bode well for any soul that passes presently. I have a theory, but I must confirm it. At any rate, the only option that remained was to reach back. Sacrificing some of my soul's strength, I attached a portion of my soul like an anchor to the only viable connection within range. Vidar's eyes lock onto yours, Evelyn. If I had a stronger bond to any of you, I would not have burdened Evelyn of all. But she and I share a bond, weak as it is of a shared secret. He bends down suddenly, his mouth close to your ears, Evelyn. He whispers, "And there is something else that we share. Evelyn, Kieran was not made by traditional means, was he?"
Everyone will kind of straighten up a bit.
Vidar turns upright as well, shifting his gaze towards Soleil with a smile. "And your dislike of me was unfortunately not strong enough. Only utter hatred would have formed a bond close enough to work.
You can only hear him.
You have all performed incredibly given the circumstances, and loath I am to admit, I owe a measure of my life to your success."
Well, we have similar goals at the end of the day, I believe.
I hope.
Do you remember when we were on the run from the light? The thing I had you steal.
I do.
We will make use of it soon. I am preparing plans, though I imagine you have some of your own.
Things have changed here in Polythreme. It's a bit of trying to work out exactly what's going on. I suspect that I think there's a chance that the warriors could be connected to the machine heart to an extent.
Do you recall us telling you what we overheard?
I do. Actually, did you tell him before the fight started?
Yeah, before the fight
Yeah.
started, we relayed that information.
I did not have time or agency for much floating attached, but I did have time to think. The name Gromo, it seems familiar.
Reginald said the same,
He
though he
did.
couldn't place it.
I mean, these guys seem
Well,
to have
with
some.
Reginald, that is hardly surprising.
Still, for him to recognize it at all.
These guys seem to have like a very ancient grudge of kind, so wouldn't be surprising if their name. You might have seen the name in some kind of history book from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Who knows?
Have you ever heard of the Undercity?
Like in Polythreme? Yeah. I think we tried to go down there once. Is that what you mean?
What are they called? Barrows or
Beneath
something?
the bowels.
Bowls?
Oh,
There is ruins of an old kingdom. Even beneath the mines of coal. On occasion, insectoid creatures break through from these old caverns, harassing the miners. It is down there that, in the first place, we of the magical guilds once discovered the secret that had been kept from us. The fact that this was one plane amongst many. It is also there that we reconnected the system of planes. I remember a large building. It contained nothing. It was hewn from a single piece of stone. 4 walls and a lid. A roof that was torn asunder. The name Gromo was engraved upon its top.
I inspected some of the blood that came from the warrior. It's odd. If I had to say it, it's similar to the same. It's like a living metal, similar to the same sort of latent magic used to create Warforged.
Do you have it with you?
I do. Lots of it. But I'll take out like 3 vials.
Godard takes one, holding it up, sort of to the sparse light in the room. Metallic. He pops open the cork, letting a drop drip on his hands, where for a short moment it seems to sizzle. You see him form a slight grimace. It is a form of silver.
They had said that Gromo was dead or betrayed them, that his silver stalks the city, and it's hostile towards them.
You think that the Forge Masters could have harnessed something like this?
Perhaps. Though they are just that, Forge Masters. Even these, he looks around, pointing at the automata strewn about on the ground, I feel came from there. But they should not have the knowledge nor the power to make these. This is artifice. Creating a warforged goes several leagues above that. I would wager even the Archaeon, with all of its wizard, could not raise an army such as theirs as quickly as they did.
My current theory is that there's a possibility that Gromo could be some form of the machine heart itself.
An interesting theory. There are leads in this we can pursue, but the Undercity is sealed not only by the miles of rock in our way. When the guilds of magic left, before they became academies, and grew successful and forgot, they placed a spell on it. We could loosen it, but for that we would have to see the Archon himself. I have more than this one question for him. I believe it would be our smartest move.
Yes, indeed. It seems that the Warden Deva was something that the Archon and Reginald were researching right before Reginald lost his memory.
I have a plan of reaching the Archaeon. I will start preparing things. We should talk about it tomorrow. I have an entire mansion to clear and secure.
Indeed. I don't suppose you would know how to overcome sun blindness by any chance, would you?
Are your eyes blinded?
These two are. I mean,
I'm just
Cleric may
straight
help.
looking at him.
Restorative magic can return old limbs to their former strength. If you have none yourself, I can search my archives for a scroll.
oh, we might be able to do tomorrow ourselves. I don't know. The only other person I know would have been the cleansers, but it seems like they cleared out.
I'm sure in the meantime we can get them back and get rested up.
I'm sure I can at least get you a scroll.
Should be anything you can do would be appreciated.
Maybe you find something more. I mean, we just like revived you.
I'm picturing like Vidar walking away so silently that Soleil doesn't even realize it, so he's still talking.
Soleil's still looking into that other direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He comes to stop sort of almost halfway through towards the gate and tilts his hand backwards slightly. We shall talk about it tomorrow. And continues walking.
I feel like he wants me to hate him, just so he can like use me as another vessel.
So I just realized that I'm stupid and Diamond Dust takes 100 GP. Or Greater Restoration takes 100 gold worth of Diamond Dust.
Mm.
So there's no way that I cast it on myself earlier. Cause
Okay, that's fine.
Fair.
hopefully it was 3 hours.
Take
and
the 100 gold out of your bank.
Alright, I'll do that.
Pretend you bought some.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Alright, well, at least laid you back a bit. Brett, do you want to hold
Yeah,
Kara's hand and
no, of course, not a problem.
I'll lead you along?
Okay.
Level of spell is greater restoration.
It's
Fifth
good.
level, isn't it?
5th. Okay.
It doesn't specifically say blindness. I think that's lesser restoration, but surely greater would do as much as lesser.
Can you use lesser restoration then?
I don't have it.
Mm,
I
but-
only have
but,
greater.
For the scroll use. I mean, that will end blinded. Which is only a 2nd level.
Yeah, I would think so.
As well, I should mention, Evelyn,
Mm-hmm.
you have all of your maximum hit points back.
Oh boy.
That is a good thing.
I will take it. Although I'm technically at the moment higher than my maximum hit points, but you know, that's fine.
Alright, now we got room and fly away.
I'll just hook Soleil to my grappling hook and shoot up.
Yeah, and as I follow you, you can hear him whisper, I hate this mansion so much.
As you come up as well, you see the sort of billowing shadow come back down as Vidar materializes again at your side. Walking past you for a moment, he holds out his hand, holding 2 scrolls. These should work.
Thank you. Thank you much.
No words from Soleil.
And then he continues, sort of walking around the hall, looking at the damage, looking around the mansion.
Are they lesser restoration scrolls?
They are greater restoration scrolls. 2 of them.
Would lesser restoration work though? Because it says blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
They would help.
That I can cast. Not right now though.
Well then, you can just use the
So,
scrolls.
I'll use them then. Well, I need diamond dust technically. Okay, but
What for the
They're
scroll?
for the scrolls
Okay.
already. Since the components already created in the creation of the scroll.
I assume I don't need to make a check because I know that spell.
No. Especially if it's one that you could cast,
Yeah.
it's no problem at all. Even if you're like a wizard and it's another wizard spell and you don't have it prepared, it's also no problem. Those are like standard rules apply there.
Okay.
It's just if it's like, you know, a wizard casting a druid spell or a complete non-caster casting a spell from a scroll.
Makes sense.
I mean, yeah, we can wait till tomorrow, but you want to see it right. I mean,
That depends. How much worth is such a scroll? Is it worth half a day being blind?
Red, just use the scrolls, Red.
yes, ma'am. Woo.
Because I would gladly take back my sight immediately, but if it's just for half a day, I can handle it.
Well, it'll be easier to not have to drag you through the upper district half blinded, so
Just gonna close Tabletop Simulator before my computer.
Yeah. Your vision suddenly begins to come back. The dark veil slowly begins to lift as the manor where you'd been before slowly comes into view. You also do see, pacing around the whole, Vidar, looking a little bit larger than before, but also significantly younger.
right. Well, it was quite busy. I think we're ready to head out. Is that right?
Yep.
Turn and nod to Vidar.
More than ready.
Speak tomorrow then.
Tomorrow. Here.
Also, your illusions are hella creepy.
There are no illusions.
Okay, well that thing did an illusion that acted like you and said that us killing the warrior was all part of your plan, and that you basically
Well,
double crossed us.
you killing the warrior was part of my plan.
But the illusion said it, like,
The part of the
Menace
plan
in a
was
way.
the warrior killing us.
Yeah, we were supposed
Oh.
to die as well.
I see.
I see. I just wanted
I
to
do
go
a
shop.
quick
I just
insight
wanted to
check
go
on him.
shopping. Just wanted to go shopping today. Silly says as he just strolls out.
It seems, okay, give me an insight.
Yeah, I mean, same, but
Shalay, you need healing?
Soleil's already out.
Does he look like he needs healing?
Vampire. Richard's vampire.
So you would
That's
have to follow him
16.
outside if you wanted to ask him
So
that.
his face already slightly
Yeah, I will
marred
follow.
with worry. But as you mention these illusions and point towards the apparatus, he seems suddenly both worried and curious, with his attention focused on the apparatus, and he approaches it immediately. He doesn't approach it with as someone with familiarity to the object, instead keenly observing it and investigating its structure.
it seemed to know who we are and who Hyactus was. It was very strange.
That one not one of yours.
No. Are you aware of the spell Phantasmal Force?
Familiar with it.
It attacks one's mind, forcing the subject to explain all reasoning itself.
Hmm.
It would make sense that your mind, in searching for a reason why I would be there and perhaps hurting you, would be that I was your enemy.
Well, now it's our fault.
But I didn't
suppose that makes
see the
sense.
illusion, so I can't really speak towards it.
Also, I'm outside. I don't know that he's saying this.
Spell is only overcome by very intelligent creatures. I can see why Evelyn was able to see through it and the rest of you weren't.
Good thing I don't hear this.
Alrighty.
I was trying to not outright come out and say I was smarter than them, but that's fair.
I mean, that's true, alright, but listen.
Good thing I went out when I did.
Kara's following Shalay.
So yeah, you were asking if he was alright.
I will pause so briefly and glance back.
for what it's worth, Vidar. I'm glad you're back. I don't mind the method you had to use. And then I'll keep walking out.
I appreciate.
But yeah, as weird as it is, Kara, I didn't took any damage during that last fight. I just took damage from that weird illusion in the beginning. So I'm doing alright.
I can't believe you guys were blind in there, and I just... That was...
I was blind, afraid, and invisible. That was a weird mix.
Well,
At
you
least
weren't visible,
naked,
but...
fine.
I mean, I guess you didn't know that.
Yeah, to me I was invisible. The last time I
What are you
saw...
saying? I wasn't invisible?
The last time I saw I was invisible, so I probably think up till the end that I was invisible. Also, I didn't get hit, so I was probably invisible, right? Otherwise I would have been hit.
To be honest, that's infallible logic, and apparently I'm stupid because I saw illusions. Anyway.
What do you mean, stupid? He says as he follows Rat.
Nothing, just Vidar things.
Right, anyway, can make tidy things up a bit before we head through the upper district.
Right, yeah.
Glancing at like Kara, who looks a bit like scuffed.
We could probably... the side entrance at your folks' place isn't too far, right? We could...
Right, but can't you just do something real quick with a bit of magic?
I'm sure. I mean, I'll do mending, but...
Can't you do prestidigitation?
Oh, yeah, I can do that, but I mean... Okay, hang on.
Mostly
I
trying
just,
to
do it over and over and over until I
blood
eventually clean.
splatter and the that'll
Yeah.
be best before heading into town.
I'm just gonna turn into the female Tabaxi again, the servant girl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we look cleaned up.
Appreciate it.
Let me know, by the way, before things get too late. This is a good place to end, or we can continue for a little bit with your shopping and stuff.
It might be nice to like get a list of what's available so we can like, debate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure, we can do shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where do you head next?
You don't really have to go by my parents' house if you don't want to.
We'll be back up here tomorrow, and it will look a little better. I mean,
Right, and we need to get the fruit back.
right?
The fruit, yeah.
Oh, the fruit.
The fruit.
Wouldn't want to forget that.
We can drop it off on the way to the Emporium.
Right, that's
I know
fair.
that Slay was set on wanting to do some shopping, and then we came up here and got blinded, and Anyway,
Well, I'm glad you're not blinded anymore, so that we can go shopping. And
Good thing is, I am also glad I'm not blinded anymore. That was a bad feeling. Probably would have been useless after that.
but to be honest, you killed the golem while you were blinded, so I don't think you...
I mean, I had some training blindfolded, because my master always told me, like, there might be a situation where I might not see anything, but I was never, like, super good at it. But some basic experience, I guess, helped.
There you go. Should we head on down?
Of course.
head to the center spire again to head down to the medium desk.
There is essentially no control as you head further down from this. You just head to Quartermain's to drop off the fruit before heading down?
Yeah.
Makes sense, yeah.
So you arrive at Quartermain's. Aelith thankfully takes the fruit. And you make on your way towards the Emporium.
And when we're there, we might as well check on the Venerable Swordsman, right?
Yeah.
You want to do
afterwards.
that before or after?
It depends on what makes sense on the way.
Well, I mean, checking on the Venerable Swordsman could possibly get you some extra money for the Emporium, but it is further away than the Emporium.
I guess we go there afterwards. I don't intend to spend like 25,000 gold today, and I hope we don't need more. And even if we did, we can always go back to the Emporium later on then. Because I feel like after we went shopping, and he looks at Kara, we're gonna need a drink, right?
I always need a
And
drink.
toast on our eyesight.
Immediately as you descend on the chain lift, being let out at the bottom, at the ground level of the chain shaft, you walk
Wow.
only a few feet before stepping into another chain lift and descending on the heightened platform that is the forges.
I put the machine heart symbol back in my collar.
Random comment. I probably, while we briefly swung through Quartermain's, would have done like a quick change to
Okay.
not be wearing my one of my nicer outfits into the lower district.
Alright.
Like, still
The-
not like grubby, but
Yeah. The area near the fortress has changed the most since you left the city. The icon of the machine heart is here everywhere. Plastered across every open space, to the point you're surprised it isn't also engraved on the cobblestone brick beneath your feet. Close to the Emporium, at the side of the entrances to the giant forges and foundries, you see lines of the towering warforged keeping guard like silent sentries. Even with the district as busy as it usually is, a large percentage of people here are clad in the grey robes you saw at the train yard. As you get close to the Emporium, the number even seems to increase. Right outside the Emporium's main entrance, at the edge of the plaza that connects the forges and the workshops and the Emporium, stands one of the grey robes, surrounded by a crowd of curious listeners. The robed man's face is hidden behind a silvery mask, fashioned in the style of the Warforged. And you hear him shout across the crowd. In the forge of creation, we are all equally loved. It is when we are tempered by the frailty of mortality and the cruelty of others that we take shape. We are shaped in the image of our greatest fears and our greatest loves. These can make us cruel, horrid instruments of our own undoing. Yet therein burns the ember of will, to heat and drive the forge, to unmake one's self and shape it into the image of one's ideal. The sermon continues on for a while, in a similar theme.
Alrighty.
The lunatics. Soleil whispers.
And
So I'm
you
just
push past them and through the doors of the Emporium. Let me get out the items that are on display.
Loading so much stuff.
I can load less stuff if you'd like.
Well, it's fine. It's just surprising.
Also, one of you please roll me a 1d100.
Oh, who should roll this?
I can't.
I vote Evelyn. She rolls the good number sometimes.
Something.
Okay. Sometimes, huh? 1d100.
Do we still use this board thing?
1e1.
Because it's
I mean, if you only roll once, it doesn't matter too much, does it?
okay.
Is it busted?
So it seems to like go through numbers
Hmm.
instead of having an actual random number generator.
Oh,
So
do
if
you
you
want me to
keep
roll dice
pressing it-
instead?
No, but if you keep pressing it, like we were trying to pre-roll once, you can sort of estimate when a high number is coming up, because you see what I mean?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Kind
That's
of goes
weird.
up, so it's probably like going through numbers gradually.
So I think you should roll.
I mean, yeah, you can just roll with.
Also, 20 sucks.
Oh, that's a 95.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that is so much better.
95. Jesus Christ.
I rolled a 9 and a 5.
This is why Evelyn rolls things.
Oh, there's stuff. So much
Oh,
stuff.
boy.
Oh, baby,
Oh, baby, here, triple.
I mean, wondrous items are probably... Oh, they are rare. Can be very expensive, I guess.
Many of these are probably very expensive. Can also later, if you aren't deciding now, upload these to Discord and you can take a look. Anyway, 95. Please give me a 1d4.
4.
Give me 40-100.
Love how the revolver just has a picture and nothing else for me.
84.
You can, oh yeah, the revolver you can flip around, by the way.
54. 66.
It's real nice.
And 22.
Mind writing those in chat?
Sure.
Thank you. So, among the items, also is a staff of the woodlands, a ring of animal influence, a ring of feather falling, and a berserker axe. These are standard D&D items.
Yeah.
Actually, I probably have cards for these. It's probably gonna like load though a lot. Let me search for the books.
Oh, image failed.
Oh my god,
Yes,
a good sign. Prepare for load.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to buy the Berserker axe, I would let you choose whether or not it is a battle axe, great axe, or a hand axe. But it does have to be an axe. Staff of the Woodlands is not really that important for you guys, because it's Druid attunement. Ring of Feather Falling, I believe, is probably self-explanatory.
Yes.
And the Ring of Animal Influence is Animal Friendship, Fear, and Speak with Animals. But the fear only works for animals. This is what the Berserker Act. I don't know if you can actually see these images.
Nope.
No.
Damn it. Okay, so it's I guess I can just post the D&D Beyond page. Should be the right one. There you go.
That's actually pretty good.
Might be a little cursed.
The crossbow?
No, the Berserker Axe.
You know.
It makes you go berserk if you know it's the Berserker Axe. You know. It just kind of makes you berserk always. Okay.
Evelyn definitely needs the Monster Troll belt.
I mean,
I would
anyone
say
could use it.
100% she
we
needs
end
it.
here,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you guys can, in peace, deliberate.
Depending on the price, anyone could use it, so it's definitely a useful item.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me kick this guy out.
Oh, de.
He knows what he did. And I will upload all these cards to the Discord real quick.
Can you also, before we start, asking the fucking shopkeeper like how much they are supposed to cost?
You want the price with them?
Because it would, because I feel like we would ask every price anyway
Yeah.
to get a feeling.
Yeah.
So yeah, makes
That'd
sense
be
to
nice.
like if like something that I feel like it would be neat but not necessary and it costs like 20,000 gold. I'm like, yeah, no, not necessary then.
Or if something's cheap and it's like,
Like the Bloodhound amulet, for example, is something I
Right.
find neat but not necessary. So depends
Only
on the
upload
price.
10 at a time. Damn it, Discord.
this headhunter lantern could be really helpful for hunting a certain invisible pig.
Is it invisible?
It's ethereal. It can sometimes be
Sort of, I don't know, maybe.
ghostly.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for a session.
Thanks for the games, Figure. That was really good.
It was awesome.
That was a good, honestly, good move with the darkness, because it basically just made it an even playing field again.
Just
Yeah,
like-
that helped a lot.
Because I was like, oh wait, this says permanently blinded.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy, that's gonna be fun.